ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a study session. This meeting will be televised, so be on your best behavior. And I'd ask that Madam Clerk call the roll.
Council agency members Mike Wasserman.
Here.
Diane McNutt.
Here.
Barbara Spector.
Here.
Steve Glickman.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Joe Brzezinski.
Here. The next item on our agenda before we have our study session is verbal communications. This is an opportunity for anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item to do so at this point. Do I see anyone who's interested in doing that? Seeing none, we're going to go right into then the report. This is the information report on green initiatives related to climate protection, greenhouse gas emissions, and direction on recommendations in the staff report. The presenter for staff will be Regina Faulkner, our Community Services Director, and I'd ask Ms. Faulkner if she'd take the mic at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The report, I'm going to provide some highlights of the staff report that was prepared for this evening's study session. I'd like to remind members of the audience that the council report, like all of our council reports, is available on the web and can be viewed there. We also prepared a desk item this evening. The Santa Clara Cities Association has some next steps that were provided for you and are at your areas. There is significant scientific information available that concludes that climate change is real, that our climate is indeed warming. There have been a number of initiatives aimed at slowing that warming trend. Specifically, in our state, AB 32 sets a goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions to 1990 levels by the year 2020. It appears at this point that that's the only legislation, and there are a couple of others, but this is the primary legislation that will affect local agencies and probably to some extent municipalities. There are, in addition to the state regulations, there are a number of initiatives aimed at slowing global climate change. I've listed some of those here for you. There's the U.S. Council of Mayors Kyoto Protocol. Sustainable Silicon Valley has developed some goals and some measurement tools. The International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, otherwise known as ICLEI, has developed Cities for Climate Change. The Sierra Club has Cool Cities. The League of California Cities has developed a working group to work on this problem. The Bay Area Quality Management District is actually assigned the task of developing the standards for meeting AB 32. The Association of Bay Area Governments, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District have a joint policy committee aimed at this effort. And also the City County Association of Governments has a sustainability task force. So these are just some of the initiatives that are out there. The point is that the number is large and growing. There are a number of different ideas as to how we can affect climate change, what kind of goals we should establish, and so on. Sifting through these goals can be difficult and time-consuming. Cities are in the Bay Area are pretty much in a status quo or cutting position as far as staff and resources, and there's been some frustration as to how we can meet the challenge. It's also not clear how each of these initiatives complements AB 32, which is going to have its own set of requirements. Los Gatos actually has a very rich tradition in the area of environmental protection. We've installed energy-efficient lights in our town buildings. The HVAC at this facility has been upgraded. We were an early adopter of LED traffic signals. The street lights that we have, whenever they break down, they're installed, they're actually replaced, the lights are replaced with high-pressure sodium street lamps. We have actually a very high solid waste diversion rate. It's at 56%, which is above the 50% goal established by the state. The town's heavy-duty diesel fuel fueled trucks run on biodiesel, and that's as of last year. And we're also a Tree City USA. The trees increase shading and provide a cooling effect, as well as absorb carbon dioxide. A number of additional environmental accomplishments are listed in Attachment 1 to the Council report. The Association of Bay Area Governments, along with Bay Area local governments, the federal and the state environmental protection agencies, established a program a few years ago called the Green Business Program. As you know, the town has become certified as a green business, and I think that speaks to our efforts in this area. In order to be certified, we had to demonstrate compliance with a number of environmental regulations. We also had to meet standards for conserving resources, preventing pollution, and minimizing waste. The last time I checked, which was a couple of months ago, there were 5 Los Gatos businesses certified as green. Participation in the program requires that we continue to meet program goals and that we seek recertification every 3 years. When talking with other city representatives and preparing for this report, when talking with them about their efforts regarding climate change, it became clear that cities felt overwhelmed by the task of affecting global climate change using existing resources, as I alluded before. In fact, most of the cities who've taken steps beyond the energy-saving, really, kinds of steps have added staff or have contracted with staff to assist in this area. There is an attachment to the report that outlines the various programs that I've just listed, and that was actually prepared by the Cities Association in an effort to actually help the cities kind of see their way through these initiatives. So when we received an invitation to join Joint Venture Silicon Valley's Climate Protection Task Force, we were very excited. Los Gatos was represented at the first meeting along with 23 other city representatives, and we reviewed the charter at the time and as well as other aspects of the program. The general objectives are to develop a collaborative where solutions will be found for addressing climate protection, to learn best practices, not only in the county but in the Greater Bay Area, and also look at best practices throughout the nation and the world. As you can imagine, have probably read, there are a number of climate protection efforts taking place in other countries in the world where they've been successful. We'll also use this task force to share information and access financing, pilot projects, share costs, and do some group purchasing. The proposed work plan includes conducting inventories. We were very excited to hear that if we work as a group, there is a firm that is providing inventories for cities, and rather than the cost of about $20,000, $20,000 to $25,000, they feel that they can do it for $14,000 if there are at least a half a dozen cities that participate. So that's an example already of how participating in this group can be financially beneficial to us. Included in the work plan is developing a regional vision for climate protection in the public sector operations. We'd like to set regional goals as well as standards and reporting forms. As I mentioned, each initiative that I talked about has a different kind of reporting form as well as different kinds of goals. And this is really an opportunity for us to establish how we think the reporting should be done and what makes the most sense, and perhaps even affect some of the regulations that are coming down from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and so on. We'd like to go ahead and identify opportunities to reduce emissions, coordinate with other climate protection organizations. There were a number of organizations that were also represented at that meeting held a couple months ago. And we'd also like to organize educational programs for the members. It came to my attention in the month of June, I think there were 6 different workshops that were being held. Some of them were duplicative as far as the information that was provided. And by working through this collaborative, we hope to actually share with the organizations the information that we need and help guide that a bit and avoid the duplication of effort in the training. Other elements of the work plan, I mentioned hoping to affect AB 32. We'd like to use that group to analyze solutions rather than each city trying to do that individually. We'd form a procurement pool, issue RFPs together, whether that's for alternative fuel vehicles or for solar energy equipment. We would also like to identify and leverage funding opportunities. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District said that they were in the process of putting together a grant program, and we're very eager to hear from the cities what we would like the grant monies for. So, and again, that collaborative can provide that direction. We'd also like to use the collaborative to pilot solutions and share experiences. For example, one of the things that we've been talking about is using electric vehicles for our parking management. If it turns out that there's a city that uses those, they can share their experiences with other municipalities and work from the successes and hopefully avoid the failures. Through this organization, we can also track and report progress towards the goals. With regard to community participation, a number of municipalities have established what they're calling green ribbon task forces. If the council would like to establish such a volunteer citizen group, we can certainly do that. One of the things that you might want to consider is assigning an existing commission or board that task. We have a number of boards and commissions that meet monthly that include community volunteers that represent a broad section of our community that could take this task on. The Community Services Commission has expressed an interest in this issue if you'd like to pursue that. The U.S. Conference of Mayors is promoting a climate protection agreement. It's based on the Kyoto Protocol. The goal is different than the AB 32 goal in that it suggests a 7% reduction from 1990 greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2012. The agreement also lists potential methods to achieve that goal, and as I mentioned, those are listed in the agreement. So that's one of the things that's presented to you for your consideration this evening. We've provided 3 different options. One is to direct staff to return with the agreement at the next council meeting, and we would bring that back as is. You can also recommend any amendments that you would like to see to that agreement, whether you want the same goals, the same greenhouse gas emission goal reductions or that are suggested, or the ones that are in AB 32 or some other numbers. In my looking at the website for this, it seems that cities can change the agreement to really tailor the needs of the community. The third alternative is to have us go ahead and do the inventory, the baseline inventory, which would be 1990, take a look at what our greenhouse gas emissions are currently, and then also develop the plan so that we would know what the cost implications are of reducing the greenhouse gas emissions to various levels. At this point, we don't know where we stand. We do not have an inventory, and the cost of the reductions is an unknown. So what's next for us? We'd really like to do the emissions inventory. Regardless of the program, you have to stop and say, well, what were our greenhouse gas emissions in 1990 seems to be the year that's most frequently used, and that's the baseline that we would recommend. We'd also want to know what our greenhouse gas emissions are currently. We would then, from there, want to establish goals, unless, of course, you'd like to take the unless, of course, you would like us to come back immediately with goals that you see. And then we'd want to develop a plan, and that plan would include things such as purchasing hybrid vehicles or purchasing solar panels and so on. There are some cost items. I'm hopeful that by participating in the joint venture climate protection task force that we don't need to add staff. This collaborative, I think, can really work in our best interest, but there will be some costs. There will be costs for the emissions inventory and then for any kind of capital purchases that we make, such as the vehicles I mentioned. There will be consultant fees for the emissions inventory as well as a plan that's developed that goes beyond the expertise that we currently have on staff. So in conclusion, the town is really well positioned to continue the tradition of environmental protection and to continue that challenge. We've developed a number of options and approaches that I think balance the pressures on local municipalities to take action and balance that with the town's role of developing thoughtful, strategic, and an effective plan that allows for real change. The staff will continue to emphasize the benefits of working with a regional collaborative such as the joint venture program as well as the other regional programs that have been developed. That concludes my prepared comments. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. We're looking specifically for your feedback on items 3A through E that are on the front page of the council report.
Thank you, Ms. Faulkner. Very good report. This is a study session, and as such, we want to get as much input out as we possibly can. I'm also going to indicate for our members of our audience, if there's an interest on your part in presenting alternative or supplemental information, I'd ask that you fill out one of the buff cards that's in front of us in your rows. If you would like to speak to the mic to supplement anything that's been said. We have a time limit. We have to be concluded by no later than 10 minutes of 7. So let's keep that in mind. But let's start the study session with Mr. Glickman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Faulkner, in terms of 1990 standards, I know that the town at one point adopted natural gas vehicles as part of our fleet, which I think is a wonderful thing. I'm very proud of that. Do you remember the date that that was undertaken?
I'd have to look it up, and maybe Mr. Rahani could answer that. My understanding is it was after 1990.
Okay, that's good because, you know, I wouldn't, in terms of, again, improving over a baseline, I wouldn't want us to be additionally challenged because we did a good thing. I guess my only other comment is that this is a wheel that, while we're enthusiastically in favor of helping to roll forward, we don't want to reinvent here in Los Gatos. So I do think that if we look at what other cities are doing, what their best practices are, especially as we collaborate with them, that'll help us to find what would be appropriate. As I said, I don't want to see it. I want to see us do this, but I don't want to see us try to figure out how to do it on our own or to have to struggle with that when there's obviously going to be a great deal of experience gathered in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glickman. Other questions or comments for staff? Barbara?
Thank you. First of all, I think that was an excellent staff report, and I thank staff and the mayor for allowing us to have this study session. I chatted with the mayor, and I wanted to share with the council the fact that at one of the city's meetings, Vice Mayor Ann Walton Smith and I were talking about the fact that our towns have been contacted by so many residents who wanted to know what the town was doing and wanted to know what they can do. And tonight we're getting a lot of information on what the town is going to be doing. And so the vice mayors of Montserrano, Saratoga, and I, Los Gatos, have met. As of last Friday, we came up with an idea of what residents might do, and I wanted to share that with my colleagues up here. Montserrano, Aaron Garner is going to make his presentation tomorrow night, and Ann Walton Smith to her council on Wednesday night. And our thoughts were that we believe that the residents should do something themselves, and that they should undertake something with our instigation. And on a very simple basis, what our thoughts were is that we would schedule a meeting that would be publicized, and Saratoga would be willing to host it the first time. And residents from all three communities would be encouraged to attend. And after a brief introduction by the vice mayors and mayors and council people, it would be turned over to the residents to decide what, for example, 3 projects they would like to undertake in the following year. For example, turning off the TiVos, turning off the computers when you're not using them, using a bicycle once when you would normally use a car. It would be up to the residents to define the projects. They would publicize what projects they chose to their residents, and then to make it, and this was Ms. Walton Smith's idea, to make it a little more interesting and a little more competitive, have the residents of each town feed into us how many points they got, and at the end of each quarter we could tally up the points and give an award to the town that did the best. In summary, what this idea would do is it would empower the residents, or could empower the residents. It would educate, it would change behavior, and it would give us a little fun. So what I'm looking for this evening is discussion and input from our council people. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Spector. Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you. It sounds like a fun idea. I'm always up for a good competition. I wanted to say that I think the idea of assessing where we are, where we were, where we are now, I think the only way you can truly measure improvement is having a baseline. And that's what you need. And I think the number one recommendation here by staff about establishing an inventory, 1990 inventory, whatever number is appropriate, having an inventory, knowing where Los Gatos stands. Whether or not we're better or worse than other communities in Santa Clara County doesn't really matter. What matters is where are we now and where can we realistically get to, publicly and privately. So I think that idea of establishing an inventory, a baseline, and then recommendations for reduction of goals and a reduction plan, and the costs associated with all of that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman. Ms. McNutt.
Thank you. A couple weeks ago, I attended the Santa Clara Cities Association Joint Policy Collaborative Committee. I'm the town representative on that body, and we had a very lengthy and informative session with multiple speakers. We did have our local Sierra Club representative was also able to attend. And they really walked us through, in a pretty high overview way, all of the efforts that are going on by all of the groups that Mrs. Faulkner has referenced. And I walked away with that, after listening to that for 90 minutes, with 2 thoughts. One is, on the good side, my gosh, there are so many people already involved in this. It was really impressive with all of these groups and all of the energy that's already out there on energy and other things. And on the other side of the ledger, it was like overwhelmed, because there is so much going on, and some of it overlaps, and because, just like trying to do the inventory, baseline inventory, I'm not a scientist. How do you figure out what the emissions would be in a community and what they were in 1990, because we're not talking about just town government. When we say town, we're talking about the entire community, residents, businesses, visitors, commuters, and the whole impact that we are having. We have the recommendations that the Cities Association Board approved later that evening that they're recommending that each city follow up on. And number one is attending a workshop that they're going to be doing in September that talks about a training workshop on how you do this baseline inventory. And I think that would be my recommendation to council, is that we definitely need to have representation at that meeting and start learning about how do you actually go about doing this. I think it's really important that we, meaning the town, participate in as many of the regional collaboration efforts as possible because we don't have the resources, one, and also because this is a regional issue. You can't just close off a border and say, well, there's not going to be anybody or any emission crossing over. I mean, you just can't. You know, it's a regional issue, so we need to participate in a regional way. And I very much like the idea of involving our residents through an existing commission. And I think if the Community Services Commission wants to step up and do this, that I would like to give them that challenge. And if we were to do that, either with them or with another group, I'd also like to recommend that maybe we do a joint study session between the commission or the Green Ribbon Panel or whatever we end up with and council, and have some of the speakers and the information that I heard a couple weeks ago at the JPC, just, you know, and really try to get the audience filled up here, and really try to educate the community and ourselves a little bit more depth as to what it is that we are talking about. So those are all my initial thoughts. And I don't know, are you going to have the public speak in the middle of our discussion or at the end?
What we're going to do is continue our current dialogue, and then as we've made this first round, then we'll offer the opportunity for people to speak.
Okay, thank you.
And I do want to make comment, first of all, to thank you all for being here. Rob and a number of us have had a chance to meet before. This is obviously the most significant issue for us as a community, as a nation. And one of the reasons why we really, in dialogue with the manager, decided it was important for us to do this study session was because we wanted to make sure that we were attacking the issue in the most significant way we possibly could. And with Ms. Faulkner's astute presentation tonight, I think we've got a good outline of issues to address. I for one feel that tonight, by consensus, we can agree to a number of these issues in front of us. But I want to say at the very lead that Los Gatos has, from the longest period of time, been a community very oriented to the environment. The fact that we have been blessed with our geographic setting and the hillside that's behind us, and the obvious orientation of our community through the years to actually make sure we did not do harm to those hillsides as much as possible. That, I think, is quite evident in what we maintain to this day. It's always a battle. It's never easy, and it's not like success has been universal. But at the same time, I think we are very fortunate to have that setting in the Santa Cruz Mountains that allows us to be the community that we are in terms of our environmental orientation. If you look at our neighborhoods, if you look at our commercial center, particularly our historic center, it's obvious. This doesn't happen accidentally. It's obvious that what's happened over the course of our history is that lots of people got together and said, this is a precious resource. We do not want to do harm. And I think that we, the current council and our community, are the beneficiaries of that long history of preservation and attention to the environment. But we are looking at even larger issues at this point, and I think that tonight offers us an opportunity as the council to take the lead for the community as we isolate those particular initiatives we can tackle now and start to be very proactive. I think our intention was not just to take everything, throw it in a bag, and say we're going to do it all, but to say what would be the most effective ways in which we could, as a community, continue our environmental orientation. That laundry list of activities we've already been participating in that were outlined earlier in tonight's presentation says that we've been ahead of the curve in so many ways, and I think we need to celebrate that and be very proud of the fact that we have been so environmentally conscious to this point as a community. But I think we can both act as a model and as a partner with all the rest of the communities of Santa Clara Valley and hopefully the state to do even more. So we have a number, as pointed out, 5 different initiatives that we want to take a look at tonight, and I would like to ask our public present, those who would like to speak to us, to encourage us or to clarify for us issues that are of concern to you. If you would not mind doing that, then I'd ask you to come to the microphone and identify yourself for our viewing audience. And we do have an audience out there. I'm sure it's riveted to channel 15 at this point, waiting for your information. So without further ado, anyone would like to speak to the issue in front of us tonight? Would you come before the mic? Okay. If you give that card to the clerk, that would be good. 4 minutes.
My name is Connie Kirby. I'm a resident of Los Gatos and have been since 1997. And I feel very passionate about becoming green, however that is defined. And I feel very strongly that any community, particularly one with the resources and the brain power that Los Gatos has, can make quantum leaps in the carbon output. And that includes both city. What I'm not certain this report addresses is the scope. Is it city only, which is super, or is Barbara saying where's the residential component? I didn't see anything here, for instance, around green building practices. We don't need to inventory, for instance, emissions to incent builders to employ green building practices. I'm not saying we punish them for not. I'm saying what are some ways that cities are right now incenting green building practices? Does the new buildings have green roofs? I mean, you can go in a whole lot of different directions. Is there an opportunity for shared alliances and partnerships with the schools? We know the high school is looking into reducing its air conditioning and its energy use, and I'm sure that, I suspect that may be an issue here in Los Gatos as well. So what are the ways that we can form partnerships with others, such as other alliances, in addition to Joint Valley, which I think is absolutely huge? I'm a firm believer, God bless you, in the shared procurement, because you know what? There is power in numbers, and you just have better negotiation leverage when you're able to bring that kind of argument to the table. But the piece I'm missing is the green building practices. Last point would be, I love the idea of going inside with the commission, such as community services. It concerns me in the sense, though, of, maybe this gets into Diane's business of the PR, but if we're going to launch something aspirational for the community, I'd like to do it with a bit of a pop and a bang, add a website presence, really give it some PR, pole vault it to the resident initiative, and let the community know that that's what we're about, so that everybody up to this point in time who's been interested in and asking questions will then have a central resource to go for to get those questions answered. And I would say that would be in part a website.
Thank you, Ms. Kirby.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Rob Rennie of Los Gatos, and I lead the Los Gatos Cool Cities team. Thank you, Mayor Brzezinski, and thank you, Ms. Faulkner, for the great report. I have 3, in responding to what I've heard, I have 3 points I just wanted to bring up. In terms of the Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement, I see a little hesitance to sign that before we know exactly, what goal we want, how we're going to do it, how we're going to achieve it. I'm an engineer, so I understand the need to, have everything lined up. But I would encourage the council to go ahead and sign that, keeping in mind that it doesn't commit you to the goal that's stated in it. It's a suggested goal. And it's more of a it helps to demonstrate to Los Gatos, the people of Los Gatos, and to Silicon Valley, the intent to actually do something. And I think it will help to start building some momentum, showing, yes, we're going down this road. Currently in Santa Clara and San Mateo, 14 of the cities have signed, and in the country there's over 500 cities that now sign. So I definitely encourage you to go ahead and sign that. Second point was Regina's report was very good, but it didn't address as much of the things the community could do. It was a little more heavily on what the city can do. Certainly, as she would develop a program, a Green Ribbon Task Force program, that would be an area to think more on how to get the community more involved. And Councilwoman Spector's suggestions of the competition was a very good idea. As we get the community thinking about these things to do, though, we also need to keep in mind the effect it will have in terms of the overall greenhouse gas emission. We want to make sure we're not doing little things, but actually go after the big things. So, it needs to be kind of put together a little more in a big plan instead of go at haphazardly. So we are addressing the things that will have a bigger effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak at this point? Well, technically, no. You can't technically, no. Technically not, okay? But if you'll do it really quickly, we'll avoid technicalities, okay?
Mayor, I have a question for
Yes, please.
Ms. Kirby.
Yeah.
You had something more to say?
Yeah. Now I'm official. In terms of knitting everything together, it wasn't clear to me in the report how business is positioned. And their business, we mentioned that 5 received green, but the ABAG certification is not nearly what businesses could be doing, and I know their impact could be huge. Just enormous. And I'm not certain where that y'all feel that fits into the report, because I didn't see businesses, and maybe it's there and I just didn't read it, but I think it's huge in this community. I'd love to get my arms around Netflix, for instance.
Okay, thank you. Did that answer your question, Ms. McNutt? Okay. All right, then let's move on to some resolutions here. We have 5 items. I would like to address them and then also have the opportunity for the Vice Mayor to draw close to her recommendation. The first is to direct the staff to do the inventory regarding the goals and reduction plan for greenhouse gas emissions. The projected time frame is December 2007. We're comparing 1990 emissions to current. Any other comments to that before we get a consensus from council? Okay. Mr. Glickman.
Just a quick question of staff. I'm certainly in favor of doing it, but before we tell you to go do something, I'd like a little bit of sense of level of effort from the town manager, if we could.
I was just asking Ms. Faulkner, and I think she should respond. My sense of this is we would bring you back a work plan to achieve the things that you direct us to do tonight to the degree work plan is needed, and included in that would be a funding recommendation. We'd have a better sense for the cost to do the inventory.
Okay, so the action would be to direct you to prepare the work plan?
Yes, the direction is to proceed with what it would take to achieve these things, proceeded most likely by work plan, so that you know full well what the scope of that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. McNutt?
I'd actually like to speed this up a little bit in the sense that since that workshop is in early September on how to go about preparing this baseline inventory, I would rather like to see our action item be to direct staff to participate in that workshop, and then usually for me, right when you do a workshop like that is when you have your best ideas as to how you'd actually do the work plan. So instead of having a gap between September and December, that the follow-up work plan as a result of that workshop would come back to us a little bit sooner.
I think it's a very worthwhile recommendation. And I do think one of the issues that we need to keep in mind is how quickly we can move into the various opportunities presented us. What I hear is a combination. In fact, what Mr. Glickman asked for and what Ms. McNutt asked for do nicely meld. And so if that is the wish of the council, I'm going to ask, again by consensus, that we direct staff to go ahead and move forward with both that September session and then the work plan to move this ahead. Is anyone in disagreement? We're all in agreement, so that's the first thing we're going to do, okay? The second is direct staff to work with regional climate protection agencies, not limited to joint venture Silicon Valley, to determine the best approach. My recommendation on this is that we focus on joint venture Silicon Valley. I think that they've taken an extraordinary lead, and I would like to see us become as full participants in this as possible. Ms. Faulkner, you participated with them the first run. You do recommend the joint ventures organization as the baseline?
Yes, I do, and there's another meeting scheduled for July.
Okay. Any recommendations or comments? Ms. McNutt?
Thank you. And again, just to clarify, one of the 5 recommendations from the Cities Association is the recommendation that cities work together to draft a model green building ordinance. So it'd be something like a uniform county building code. So that would, we already have so many green building requirements already, so we may end up being the model. But just to address Ms. Kirby's concern, I think if we're working with joint venture and with these other groups, that the green building suggestions are going to fall out of that naturally.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wasserman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question of staff, if I may, through you, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Fagoni, a little while ago you mentioned about coming back to council with costs about what it would do to accomplish, for instance, item number 1. And I know back during our retreat, the biggest thing you asked of us was prioritizing issues, and you gave us 30 or 40 things that the town is currently involved in, and you asked council to prioritize or give a sense of what was most important, where should staff and manpower and dollars be spent. And now all of a sudden we're coming up with something relatively new with a lot of detail. We have council recess in July. We have your tenure as city manager ending in about 30 days. We have interviews for Parks and Public Works and other positions going on. And I just wonder how realistic, if you can just speak frankly, please, it is for our existing staff to take on these 5 different things that I think we all agree are very, very important, as is finding enough police officers, maintaining our streets, keeping our library open, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I just need to know, are we asking too much? Is there an estimate on costs? Is there money in the budget for this additional staff? What?
Well, I'll kick it off, and Regina can add. Clearly, this is a new workload, but I think even staff agrees that it's important. So just from the most basic responsibility as citizens of the valley and of the country, we all agree that this is something we need to take on. That said, I think what Regina has outlined is a good methodical way to go about it. The first significant work item, which we're telling you we'll need resources for, we'll need a consultant. We do not have the expertise on staff, is this inventory. I think all of the actions will fall out of that inventory, so the sooner we can get it done, the better. At the same time, we need to continue to stay educated and aware and, leverage our activity in the best way, and so that's where the participation with the other cities comes along. So, I wish it were easier, but anything worth doing like this is not going to be easy. So what we will do is continue to recommend to you the way to handle this that we think the staff can absorb, and I think that the path that Regina has outlined is that path. When it comes, though, to then how much we'll buy, how much we'll install, how much we'll regulate, those are larger questions. Major policy issues will fall out of that assessment. Clearly, anything that we do to our own campus and lights and so forth is under our control. But when you start wandering into regulating the business community or regulating contractors, that's a whole nother world, and you'll probably want to think twice about how many major policy issues you undertake in that regard.
Mr. Wasserman?
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, What I would recommend, Mr. Mayor, or suggest for council consideration, items A, B, C, and D, as I look at the words recommendations, have staff determine recommendations, have staff determine best approach, have staff consider designations, have staff protection policies. I think what we need to do is say to staff, this looks good, please come back to us with a time schedule and a cost to make it happen. And then we can proceed. That's my suggestion.
And I do think that's what the work plan is supposed to entail.
Super.
Ms. Spector?
And the one, I guess the one caveat I might have to that is that Ms. McNutt has suggested attending the September meeting, and so that would be something that we would be going forward with. And that would be the only exception to what Mr. Wasserman said.
And if I may, I think that the more we link with already existing organizations, the better off we'll be. And that's what I hear the direction that this is taking. So we're on B. The idea is that we would focus primarily on Joint Venture Silicon Valley as the agency of choice, and that we would link with them and continue to dialogue with them and meet. Yes.
What that I forgot is that beyond the town's regulatory role or what we can do in our own control, I do think we play an important leadership role in education, and by participating in these agencies, it's my sense that we'll have material developed to put up on our website to get the word out to the community in a way that really doesn't burden us, and then it becomes the responsibility of all the other participants in the community to pick up the banner and do what they can. So I do think that there's going to be a lot of benefit falling out of this just by virtue of the fact that the town's going to bring some visibility to this issue.
Okay, very good. So can we have a consensus on item B, that is the Joint Venture Silicon Valley item? Okay. Item C, considering a designation of an advisory body, I really like the recommendation of the Community Services Commission and their willingness to step up. It falls immediately within their mission, the way we've outlined it, and I think that they're obviously dedicated and already begun work. So we have consensus on that. The Vice Mayor wanted to make a comment.
I agree. My only question would be, I know from our meeting with them that there are individuals on the Parks Commission and on the traffic and parking who had specific environmental expertise and concerns, and also the Planning Commission. So I was wondering if there was any way that we could easily fold them, if they choose, into the work of your committee.
Why don't we make that as an investigative recommendation? We'll see what we can get out of that. Okay. So agreed. The Community Services is our way to go. Mr. Glickman?
Just very, very briefly, because I know time is tight, following up on what Councilwoman Spector said, I would think that if our Community Service Commission was the lead agency, so to speak, that any other commissioner would be more than welcome to participate in their deliberations and be respected, and that way our commissioners would meet each other.
And it's not only a bad idea to do that, it also, I think, when we publish their meeting agendas, we could actually initiate the invitation to other members of other commissions and committees who would be interested. Okay, good recommendation. Item D is to work within the general plan review process for the incorporation of climate protection policies. That's within the context of our general plan update. Any objection to that? All right, then that will be followed. And then the last is to provide direction to staff regarding the U.S. Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement. I will say, without question, I've been chomping at the bit to sign off on this thing. And we I think, very appropriately and diligently have looked to being as on top of this as we possibly can. But as Mr. Rennie pointed out, there's no absolute commitment about what we're going to accomplish as much as it is a kind of a vote of solid agreement among all the mayors of the country to follow the protocol. So I would ask that the council give this mayor the permission to go ahead and sign on at this point, and we'll continue the investigation of those issues. But I think this is now so well vetted within our environment that there isn't really much need for us to try to demonstrate more than just our commitment. And at that point, then we will make sure that we do whatever we can with the other instruments to accomplish what we want. Mr. Glickman.
And again, I not only support that, but I do think that we then lend our voice to the main focus of this, which is encouraging both our state and federal officials to take this issue seriously and act on it. I would, however, just offer a caveat. I was reading the Climate Protection Agreement, Section C, and there are some fairly extensive things that we agree to strive to do, and some of them get into areas that we really do need to discuss in terms of our general plan. Adopt and enforce land use policies to reduce sprawl, preserve open space, and so on. Those are all good things, but I think because land use is such an important part of what we do, just want to walk a little bit cautiously in what we're committing to, saying we'll take a careful look at it, but that's part of our general planning process.
But I think you would agree, Mr. Glickman, that it's not contradictory for us to continue that evaluation as we sign off on this.
That's what I understood we were doing.
Ms. McNutt.
I'd like to recommend that if we do agree to sign that we do it in a ceremonial type of way and think about making it into a special event for PR opportunities rather than, just having you sign it as you run out the door to vacation.
Well, that's not a bad idea, but we're not scheduled for that tonight. And what I would like to do actually is go ahead and be the signator on this, and then at an appropriate point, we celebrate that with some kind of acknowledgement in a public fashion. It may not work within your context of how to make the biggest splash, but I think that...
Typical client, you don't pay attention to the advice.
Yep. Sometimes we just cherish the opportunity. Any other comments by any other members? Okay. Ms. Spector, we have about 1 minute. Do you want to make any further comments to your recommendation?
1 minute to ask my colleagues here if they have any concern or objection for my working with the West Valley vice mayors, and at this juncture it would be simply organizing a September meeting of our joint city residents.
Any objections to that? Seeing none, then I think you're given the permission to go ahead. Is there anything else we need, Ms. Faulkner?
Thanks for your feedback.
All right, then the study session will adjourn. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the regular meeting. Hi, y'all. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Joint Town Council Parking Authority Redevelopment Agency meeting of June 4th, 2007. Can I ask this is actually June 18th, 2007. Could I ask our clerk to call roll?
Council agency members Mike Wasserman,
Here.
Diane McNutt,
Here.
Barbara Spector,
Here.
Steve Glickman,
Here.
and Mayor and Chair Joe Przynski.
Here. We're now going to have our Pledge of Allegiance led by future leaders. And tonight we are very, very honored to have with us some of our outgoing youth commissioners who will lead us in the pledge. This is part of our Future Leaders program, and it's designed to integrate our local youth in the public process. We'll be having a different youth or youth group with us at every council meeting to lead us in the pledge. Now, we'll introduce our members. After we've had the pledge, we'd ask them to come forward and stand in front of the ceremonial podium and lead us in the pledge. And everyone else, please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, they're going to stay here while our attorney gives us our closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. Council did meet in closed session tonight on two matters. The first was a conference with its labor negotiator concerning the management group. The second was a public employee appointment regarding the interim town manager. No final actions were taken with regard to either item. Regarding the management organization, final action will be taken in open session, most likely in August. Regarding the interim town manager, no final action was taken. However, there is a final action that is scheduled tonight. It's item 16 on the consent agenda, and a reminder to all that there is a desk item concerning that item if anybody's interested in it. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. It is my distinct honor as mayor of the town of Los Gatos to recognize the young members of our community standing behind me. These youth here tonight are truly future leaders in every sense of the word. On behalf of the town council and community, I'm honored to recognize them with a commendation to acknowledge the leadership and commitment they have demonstrated over this past year with our youth commission. And we have one member who should be here. She's not, Rita Banerjee. She was our chair this last year, but I'm going to read her commendation and then present it to each. The commendation is very similar. So this reads as follows. Whereas Rita Banerjee served the town of Los Gatos as a member of the town's youth commission from June 2004 to June 2007. And whereas during this period she unselfishly contributed her time, energy, and capabilities to the youth commission. And whereas the town council feels that such outstanding public service deserves special recognition. Now, therefore, the town council of the town of Los Gatos does hereby render with special appreciation, commendation, and thanks to Rita Banerjee for 3 years of dedicated public service to the town of Los Gatos and its residents. And this is signed on June 18th, 2007. And here's Rita now. Nothing like a big entrance to okay. As I said, she was the chair, so chair has certain privileges. This commendation is very similar to each of the members, and so I'd like to present them at this time. Rita?
Thank you.
Jonathan Berthet? Ellen Rockdale? Ashley Yuki? And Hallie Barnes. Let's hear it for our commission. Now, I think it's very appropriate that we ask each to say a few words to us.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for my tardiness, but I'd like to say that I really am glad that the town council decided to create a youth commission. We've only been in existence for 3 years, but I think we've made a ton of progress along the way. And I think definitely as the years go on, we are going to continue making more and more progress in the sense that we're going to be conveying the youth's voice even more and more to town council and strengthening that communication such that the voice of youth is heard. Thank you.
I came onto this council as a really naive person. I really didn't know how this council worked and how the youth commission worked in accordance to the town council and basically the rest of the town. And I'm really happy to say that I've learned so much on this council. I'm going to be studying political science in college next year, and this youth commission really helped me find my passion, and I'm really grateful for what I've experienced. So.
I'm also really glad that I did the youth commission. I learned so much about town matters and just speaking in front of everyone and handling new projects and all sorts of stuff. So I'm really glad I got the opportunity, and good luck to all you new commissioners.
I just want to put out there that this is just a really great program. Thank you so much to the town council, to Chief and Irene, who put so much work into us here every day, Captain Gravel, everyone, all the staff who is always here for us, because it really fosters youth understanding of local government, politics, and not only that, but leadership, and it just fosters a lot of growth of a lot of important skills that I think all of us, they'll all agree that we're going to take with us wherever we go in life. So thank you very much to everyone who gave us this opportunity.
I'll just make this short. I had fun on the Youth Commission, and I've learned a lot, and it's inspired me to get involved with government, and I just wanted to say good luck to the future years.
I think it goes without saying what an outstanding group of leaders we've had in our commission. We thank them for their dedicated service, and our community owes you a great deal. So, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to see you back here in this chamber as future leaders, perhaps with a few more years, and there will be certain seats up here available to you, I'm sure, by that time. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our commissioners. Our next presentation is for Joanne Johnson. All right, and this also is a commendation from the town. Whereas Joanne Johnson served the town of Los Gatos as a member of the town's Arts Commission from August 20th, 2001 to May 9th, 2007. And whereas during this period she unselfishly contributed her time, energies, and capabilities to the Arts Commission while serving on the Arts Selection Panel, Art in the Council Chamber Committee, and Grant Evaluation Committee. And whereas Joanne Johnson served as the Arts Commission Chair for 2 years, and whereas the Town Council feels that such outstanding public service deserves special recognition. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos does hereby render with special appreciation, commendation, and thanks to Joanne Johnson for her dedicated public service to the Town of Los Gatos and its citizens. Signed June 18th, 2007.
Thank you, Joe, so much. It's how life is sometimes when you feel like it's totally upside down, that I should be the one thanking all of you, because it was such a privilege to serve on a commission here in this wonderful town. So for the time that I was here, it just was rich and beautiful, and it was well, what could be better than fostering music and art in a town like this? This is as good as it gets. So thank you very much for this honor and for letting me serve.
We have one more recognition tonight. I'd ask that Deborah Fagoni come forward, and I'd also ask the rest of the council to come forward. Hi, Deb. It's okay. All right. As you all know, Deborah is leaving us. Her last day of service will be July 20th. And I was very fortunate to be on the council. I'm the only member of the sitting council on the selection committee to appoint Deb as our manager back in the year 2000. It's been a wonderful opportunity for me and for the rest of the council and council members who were previously in service to work with Deborah and the extraordinary staff that she created over these years. And now she's moving on to other challenges, but I think it's most important that we as our community celebrate what she has been for us over these last few years. So I'm going to read a commendation. Whereas Deborah J. Fagoni was appointed as town manager of Los Gatos on November 13th, 2000, and whereas during her tenure, Deborah J. Fagoni continuously exemplified the highest degree of professionalism and integrity in her management of the town. And whereas Deborah J. Fagoni's vision, leadership, and inspiration resulted in the accomplishments of many significant community projects, including the downtown streetscape, hillside and commercial design guidelines, economic vitality program, Highway 9 safety improvements, an aggressive capital improvement program, e-government initiatives, and the Civic Center master plan. And whereas Deborah J. Fagoni has enriched Los Gatos through her support and guidance of several community programs such as Alive and Loving Life, Los Gatos Prepared, Community Unity, the Los Gatos Youth Commission, Town Hall in the Neighborhood. And whereas Deborah J. Fagoni's leadership enabled the town to maintain service levels during times of economic challenges. And whereas Deborah J. Fagoni has effectively supported the mayor and town council through the facilitation of council study sessions, retreats, and policy discussions. And whereas Deborah J. Fagoni's leadership has resulted in the establishment of an exceptional executive management team and the town organization committed to providing quality service to the town of Los Gatos. Now, therefore, the town council of the town of Los Gatos, with deepest appreciation, admiration, and gratitude, does hereby commend Deborah J. Fagoni for her dedicated service to the town of Los Gatos as town manager, dated June 18th, 2007. I'm going to ask Deborah to say a few words, and then we'll all stay here for some closing comments.
Well, I really wasn't prepared for this, but I do have a few comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and my wonderful staff, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, all the wonderful things that you've said, coupled with the significant milestones that are on our agenda tonight, are really everything that a professional in my position could ask for. But this evening, I will say, is bittersweet. It is sweet because I'm drawing close to almost 7 years of wonderful service to the town. But in so many ways, we're just beginning, and so it's very, very difficult to leave. But what does make leaving a little bit easier is knowing that you will be in great hands. The management team that I leave behind under Pamela's interim leadership is among the best that you will find anywhere, and I guarantee you that. consequently, under their leadership, I know that the organization will continue to thrive and do great things because they love what they do and they love the town. So I leave you with a quote from Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, who wrote The Little Prince, and it does convey how I've tried to approach my leadership role as your town manager and a management philosophy which I hope will continue once I leave. And so I quote, "If you want to build a ship, don't herd people together to collect wood, and don't assign them tasks and work, but teach them to long for the endless immensity of the sea." So thank you for placing your confidence in me and for allowing me to do what I love to do on behalf of the town of Los Gatos. And I truly couldn't have asked to work for greater council members than I've been able to work for over the last 7 years. And town residents, you need to know how fortunate you are to have such dedicated elected officials. It has been my honor to serve each and every one of you. And I do thank you again, and please keep up the great work. Thank you.
Okay, we have a plaque to present to Deborah, and it says, Deborah J. Vagoni, Town Manager, October 16, 2000 to July 20th, 2007, in appreciation for your dedication and exceptional service to the town of Los Gatos. Okay, Deborah? And we have one other thing to offer Deborah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our manager. That concludes our commendations for this evening, but we have a special introduction. We have a new fire chief in town. It's Fire Chief Ken Waldenvogel, and he's with us tonight as newly appointed Santa Clara County Fire Chief. Chief Waldenvogel, who was appointed as Fire Chief on May 1st of this year, is a 28-year veteran of the Santa Clara County Fire Department and has been acting chief for the past 9 months. Prior to that, he was Assistant Fire Chief for 4 years. The chief began his career with the department as a firefighter, then ascended through the ranks to become fire captain, battalion chief, deputy chief of operations, deputy chief of training. He joined at a time when the department had 135 employees and 8 fire stations serving 4 communities, and has seen in the course of his history, this department grew to 300 employees with 17 stations in 8 towns and cities. We're looking forward to working with a chief who brings with him a wealth of experience and knowledge to this position. With that, I'd like to turn the mic over to the chief who would like to say a few words to our community. Chief.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, I want to let you know what a pleasure it is for me to take a few minutes and meet you all. For most of you for an additional time, just give you a few bits of information on where we are as an organization, and for the citizens who are here. And I must say, you must put on a pretty good town council meeting, because I attend them on a pretty regular basis, and you've got a pretty good crowd here tonight, and that's a positive, I think. County Fire is a special district under the California Administrative Code, and as such, we're officially governed by the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. However, we do take our relationships with the 8 cities that we service very, very seriously. We understand that each one of those communities have certain things that they like to see in their fire service delivery system. And as a fire service delivery provider in this county, specifically on the west side of the county, we are committed to continuing to foster that relationship and deliver the services that the community wants in the long term. We have 3 fire stations in your community. They are well staffed. The equipment that is in those fire stations is relatively new. We have an ongoing replacement program for that apparatus, and I must tell you that all of the facilities are in very, very good condition. The apparatus in those facilities, in most cases, are less than 3 years old. We have 2 pieces of equipment that are on order that will be here probably by the end of this calendar year that will replace the fire engine at the Shannon Fire Station on Shannon Road and the rescue company that is on the University Avenue Fire Station in downtown Los Gatos. We do have some long-term commitments to doing some facility work at our Shannon Fire Station for some storage potential that we need. And additionally, the fire station in the Winchester area, Winchester and Lark, we would like to replace at some future date. So those are the kind of things that are within the time limits and the fire stations in the community that we would like to address over the long term. As an organization, certainly we're going through a lot of the trials and tribulations that many communities are. We have staff turnover as an organization. We're about 60 years old. So we have several employees who are reaching retirement age, and we're seeing a new generation of individuals come into the organization. So our focus on training for our mid-level managers, which for us are our fire captains, and for our managers in the fire stations, which are battalion chiefs, is an ongoing process for us. We have a very, very good training staff. We have a very, very good recruitment and retention program. We see very, very few people leave our organization to go to other organizations or leave the fire service in general. We are committed to addressing the issue of emergency preparedness in this community. We believe that that is one of the strongest and most efficient ways for the citizens to take care of themselves during the time of a major long-term disaster, is to be prepared to handle the things that they need to be prepared to do over that 72-hour period. And we're committed to help the town to do that. It's unfortunate that Deborah's leaving because we had developed a nice relationship, and I hate to see her go. We have a great relationship with city staff. Your police chief has been very, very easy for us to work with, and we have a great working relationship with all of your staff members in the town. As an organization, we will be looking at our master plan. We will be looking at our business plan. We are one of the few fire departments in the country that actually have a business plan. We are only one of 4 fire departments in California that are accredited. There are less than 120 nationwide that are also accredited, and your fire department is one of those. So we're very proud of our organization. We're very proud of our relationship with the town of Los Gatos. We've been here for 37 years, and we want to be here for another 37 years. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and we're looking forward to a great relationship in the long term. I do have some flyers I'll leave here. If any of the citizens or the council would like to have them, I'll leave them on the table, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, and really appreciate you coming by, Chief Waldvogel. I know we're going to have a great relationship, as we have with all the previous chiefs in town, and I can say without doubt we have one of the most extraordinary fire agencies in all of California, and we continue to be most appreciative as a community for the protections that you give us. So thank you, and good luck with your new job.
Thank you, and we'll continue on with that relationship.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. All right, that brings us to the consent calendar. These are items that can be acted on with a single motion. Ask, is there any member of council who would like to pull an item or make a modification of an item? Mr. Glickman.
I will only mention that I will not be voting, and I will recuse myself on item 6. It concerns the Massaul Neighborhood Traffic Calming Project, and I live close to that, and so I will recuse myself from that item.
All right, so Mr. Glickman is recused on item 6. Vice Mayor Spector.
Yes, for the same reason, proximity to my home, I will be recusing myself and abstaining from number 21.
Number 21 for Vice Mayor Spector. Any others? Okay, any items wishing to be pulled by council? Seeing none, any items to be pulled by the community? Mr. Davis.
Yes, 3B and 6A.
Okay, items 3B and 6A. And those will be heard then following other business. Okay. All right. So, excluding all of those, the Noted recusing of items 6 and 21 by Mr. Glickman and Vice Mayor Spector respectively, and then pulled item 3B and 6A. Do I have a motion to accept the consent calendar?
Motion
So
to
moved.
accept.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by, I think, everybody. So we will now vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now, I just want to make one quick comment, that part of our verbal communication tonight was to accept the appointments of some new youth commissioners, many of whom we have sitting with us in the audience tonight. And so I'm going to just read the names of the newly appointed youth commissioners. And once I've concluded that, then I'd ask, as your name is read, if you'd stand. If we miss anybody, then go ahead and stand anyway. For our newly appointed youth commissioners, Michelle Aronofsky, Hirsch Goswami, Kelsey Hall, Killian Jackson, Brandy Pesh, Amy Zhang, Sydney Burns, and alternates Long Zhu, Cheryl Chapman, Antonio Garcia, Megan Lambert, and Leslie Zankich. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our newly appointed youth commissioners for this next year. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, you're certainly welcome to do so. If you choose not to, it's certainly understandable. Now, there are some individuals who will be noted at a later date because tonight we were only able to appoint the youth commissioners, not the Community Service Commission or the Parks Commission. So that's the nature of the orientation for tonight. All right, next item on the agenda is item 22. This is public hearings. The abatement of hazardous vegetation brush.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Verbal communications.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It's sitting. Mr. Davis, mistakes are made. We have the opportunity to have verbal communications. That would be for any member of the audience who is interested in speaking to items that are not on the agenda tonight for up to 3 minutes. And we do have one speaker card for verbal communications, and that would be Thomas Spilsbury. Thomas Spilsbury. Okay. And I have a whole stack here that we'll get to in a second. Okay, Mr. Spilsbury.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I have some handouts I'd like to. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Spilsbury, just remind you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, audience, thank you for letting me speak tonight. First, I'd like to say that I'm here in support of a skate park. However, I think the proposed skate park could be in a more superior location, as I've put together a kind of a handout pamphlet that shows the alternate location. The alternate location is approximately 250 feet to the east of the proposed location. This location is an unimproved piece of land that's owned by the town of Los Gatos, and it's right next to the teen center and existing parking, versus the location that loses a vital asset to our community, which is the Miles Avenue parking lot. This location provides compatibility with the surrounding uses, the teen center, the Los Gatos High School, the Los Gatos Recreation Department programs and services, and could become a real integral part of the existing community sports and activities. This location has better access and name recognition as well. The location could have improved safety and education and supervision due to the existing activities in the immediate area around, and it's probably a more viable long-term solution as a skate park. And I'm, once again, for a skate park, I would just like to see it in a location that would last into the millennium, for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Spilsbury. The next speaker is Julie DiNapoli.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council people. Contrary to what the supporters have said, there is not widespread support for locating the skateboard park in the Miles Avenue parking lot. In fact, our canvassing of the neighbors and of the downtown merchants has revealed exactly the opposite. With a minimal effort comprised of a handful of hours, we have already obtained 273 signatures of people who do not want to reduce the amount of unrestricted public parking in our town and replace it with a skateboard park. These signatures reflect that many people here in town believe that the highest and best use for this site should remain as it is, a public parking lot, to be used for overflow parking during major town events, for trail walkers, for bicyclists, for baseball players, for downtown shoppers, for business employees needing long-term parking, and for any other visitor or resident requiring free parking. And this is what I have compiled so far. These are all signatures. I would also ask that the town webmaster correct the facts page in the home section under the question, where can I park in downtown Los Gatos? The answer is correct in that there are 6 public lots that are without time limits and are within 1 or 2 blocks of the downtown area. Next, it lists the first 5, and I can name them, but you might know what they are, and highlights them. The Miles Avenue parking lot is not highlighted with a bullet point. In fact, it is underscored underneath one of the lots. I believe that this lot should be equally advertised with a bullet point so as to emphasize its importance with the other and maintain it as a free and restricted parking lot for our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DiNapoli. Stan Iverson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Stan Iverson. My wife Linda and I live on Edelin Avenue, 107 to be exact, down about 2 doors from Old Town, just to give you a little perspective on that. That's where the gate crosses Edelin Avenue. And my driveway is where everybody turns around who didn't look at the dead end sign at the beginning of Edelin Avenue because they were talking on their cell phone or something. But and incidentally, the street is poorly signed as far as being a dead end. That could be improved. We don't oppose the skateboard park, but we certainly oppose its location at the end of Miles Avenue for all the reasons that Ms. DiNapoli just enunciated, which are many. There are a lot of people who depend on that lot for parking. The employees of Old Town and many of the employees from downtown businesses park there to make parking that's closer to the businesses available to customers. And certainly if that parking lot was taken out of use, it would put a lot more traffic and a lot more pressure on Edelin Avenue and a lot more people trying to turn around because they're looking for the back way into Old Town. And also, since the Edelin Avenue Historic District has a 24-hour restricted permit situation, or we would find a lot of scofflaws trying to find a place to park there, which is a notable problem. That would only be accentuated if this skate park went in. Also, we think that it's an isolated location, and it would certainly be easier to keep track of, less vandalism, and more scrutiny if it was in a more visible place. So I would certainly support the skate park, but not in this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iverson. John Voss.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. My name is John Voss. I live on Edlin Avenue. I've been a Los Gatos resident for 40 years. Really not knowing what a skateboard park looks like, I took the initiative to visit other skateboard parks in the Silicon Valley. Those parks being Campbell, Santa Clara, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale. Each of these parks had a very nice skateboard park within their facility. But there seemed to be a common thread running through all these various community parks. That thread being that it was what I called a family destination recreation area. There were many, many opportunities for people to do various kinds of weekend or evening family recreations. There was tennis courts, I saw baseball diamonds, skateboard parks obviously, picnic tables, dedicated restrooms, barbecue pits. It was a very nice thing. And so my understanding in the previous town council meeting that this a concept of a sports complex as such was suggested for a possible alternative for our skateboard park here for Los Gatos. And I just have to say I am speaking on behalf of many of the residents in the Edlin Avenue Historical District. We wholeheartedly encourage this concept and encourage the development of a strategic vision that will be central for the residents of the town. And I think, in order to also to maximize safety and security of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. Terry Hope?
Good evening, Terry Hope. I'm speaking as a resident and also as a business owner. I own Los Gatos Coffee Roasting Company on Main Street. And as you probably all know, I'm a big advocate of teens being welcome to our downtown. I'm also a big advocate of having a skateboard in our downtown area. However, I do have an issue with the Miles Avenue lot. That lot has been promoted by the Chamber of Commerce for many, many years as a place for businesses and employees to park during the holiday season, during the Christmas parade, and that's where I send my 25 employees to park so that they don't use any of the more closer spaces on the streets or in the parking lots that are more accessible during the holidays. I know I use that parking lot, and I also know that most of the businesses in Old Town also direct their employees there, particularly on the weekends as well as weekdays, all the way November through January in particular, when we have our highest demand for parking in the downtown. So that really, really concerns me. I was so excited to hear that there's another very viable location in very close proximity that seems even better, and that would be immediately across the freeway on the land that's not used currently for any purpose. And that area could be a beautiful location. It could be developed into a wonderful skate park and probably have some other nice amenities added to it. And then we wouldn't lose that valuable resource that we as business people really depend on. And I think you too would also acknowledge that anything that takes away from one parking space during the holidays takes away from sales dollars to the businesses that are trying to struggle to survive, as well as the tax dollars that go to the state as well as to our local community. So I think it would be a huge loss to lose that valuable parking area, and I'd love to have this reconsidered. I don't think it's too late to reconsider this, and we could move forward very quickly with the other options that's been outlined for you tonight by Mr. Spilsbury. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hope. Citizen Ray Davis.
Sorry. Not doing skateboard park tonight, okay? I'm here to talk to you about, and, you know, I will at another time, okay? Since the issue's been raised rather belatedly about the compatibility of the parking lot for usage for a skateboard park, you know, a little belated. So, but why not? It is, after all, America, and they've chosen the right approach, okay? I'm here tonight, though, to tell you about my experience last week at the fountain in the plaza, the newer splash fountain. And the major problem that this new concept of kiddie play areas has brought to the South Bay. And that problem is cryptosporidium infection from little kids in diapers, principally, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many others, okay? And I sat down last week for a half an hour at the plaza late in the afternoon and watched. A whole bunch of little kids playing in there, special. Then 2 little kids in diapers came in, and the moms just helped them get soaked, get splashed, and help them spread any potential contaminant they might have in their diapers, okay? Now, Mr. Mayor, you authorized a sign warning of the public health hazard 2 meetings ago. And I want to tell you that sign has not been put in place. Your directive has been ignored by someone. So I want to know who that someone is. And I'm sure you do too, because that sign needs to go up, okay? Also, next subject. You know, a number of us are very active in assessing what the town's needs will be on the 13.5 acres of town property in Vasona Park, okay, that has suddenly been discovered. After 50 years, it's been hidden. Now it's suddenly on the table for discussion. And lo and behold, what an idea has surfaced, okay? There are 9 developable acres there out of the 13.5. So it's immediately adjacent to Oak Meadow Park with an 18-foot approach situation, okay? So why not take that 9 or so developable acres and do our recreation for the kids of the community there, soccer, baseball, or whatever, and swap the other 4 acres to or sell to the county for the tot lot.
Thank you, Mr.
Where
Davis.
the tot lot, the bridge, and the parking lot is.
Thank you
and
very
then
much,
everybody's
Mr.
happy.
Davis. Okay, thank you.
It's a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
I hope you won't get on board.
Madam Manager, you want to make a comment at this time?
I can comment on the fountain, Mr. Mayor, if you'd
Yeah,
like.
that would be a good idea.
First of all, a few things I'd like to direct to the mayor and councils. That the mayor and I had a one-on-one, and there is no directive to put up a sign about a health hazard because we do not know that we have a health hazard. As you know, we've had our fountain checked previously, especially during the time when the county asked that all the fountains be turned off and ours had a clean bill of health. We also have a very aggressive maintenance program, and our fountain has been built to a very high standard in terms of the filtering system. That said, I've asked our interim director of Parks and Public Works, Kevin Rohani, to ask the health department to assess our fountain from the standpoint of the as-is scenario. We do have a lot of people enjoying the fountain. We have children, we have dogs, and if the health department believes there's a threat, then we'll sign it accordingly. But as of right now, we have no information to indicate that there's a health hazard. So if the council's comfortable with that, we will proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Manager.
This woman doesn't read the newspaper,
Mr.
obviously.
Davis, Mr. Davis, take your seat.
Yes, indeed, and I'll be back.
And you're now beginning to disturb the meeting, Mr. Davis. Christine Curry.
Good evening. My name is Christine Curry. I reside at 117 Broadway. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the initiative or proposed initiative for the skate park. The Weekly last week did an amazing job of covering this in the editorial, and I thought they were spot on. And the good news is that everybody here, pretty much, at least on this side of the room, is here to talk about why this space does not make sense for a skate park. We've talked about, you know, the parking and the dilemma of where to go and the increased traffic, but nobody's really addressed the safety issues. I've got 2 kids. They skateboard. I've given money to the park. I'm all for a park. This is not the spot for the park. The fact that you've got big multi-axle trucks coming up from that maintenance yard that is just down below, you've got no stop sign on that hill, so basically when you come up and over the hill to Miles, there's no way to see the trucks if you're a skateboarder coming down on your way to the proposed park. But also from a truck standpoint, if you're a town employee driving one of these large vehicles, there's no way to see a child that could particularly be in your right of way. So I think that's a really important issue. I know that, you know, the train has left the station on this, but the fact that we're being strong-armed into an initiative by a couple of political pariahs, I find really, really disheartening. I find that, you know, we have this amazing community of people who really care, who come out. We come to the soccer games. We support our kids in baseball and in volleyball and all these things that we do as parents. I support the skate park, but I don't feel like I need to be bullied into an initiative. And I just wanted to take the time and thank, you know, the staff for doing an amazing job at the Los Gatos Weekly. You know, when they talk about certain council people stepping up to take on a role, and then those roles not really being fulfilled, and then the buck is passed literally and figuratively to the taxpayer, it makes me really angry. So I just wanted to talk about that. And also, maybe they need some help. So from a standpoint, you know, I think if you go to the TonyHawk.com or .org, he even offers grants. I'd be interested to hear if there's any information from the committee in search of fundraising or organizing from the grants or any of the foundations that offer monies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. Pamela Murphy.
Hello. I live at 129 Edelin Avenue, and I am in favor of a skateboard park, but not at this location. I'm just a repetitive voice of what I've heard all night tonight. The skateboard park is a great idea. I have 7 grandchildren, and they would all love to use a skateboard park, but the trucks, the traffic going up and down that hill, it's a very steep hill, and it is a bad location. And so please do a skateboard park, but just consider a new location. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick DiNapoli.
One guess on my topic. In addition to all the uses that we've heard here tonight, one other one became apparent to us last Friday, and that was graduation for high school. 5:30, the lot's filled. If you go down there right now, that lot will also be filled, in addition to all the parking spaces along Miles Avenue, and it's just for baseball. It happens every night, and it happens on the weekends. What I'm requesting the council to do is to recognize as quickly as possible and to correct the folly of tearing up a widely available parking lot and for the occasional use by a handful of skateboarders located in a better spot, and so then we can have it used for people who want to access the trail, want to watch a baseball game, Jazz on the Plaza, or go watch their kids graduate high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Murphy?
Members of the council, thank you for this opportunity. I think for the first time in a long time, I'm going to get to talk longer than my wife. I'm looking forward to this. I think something that hasn't been talked about yet tonight, relative to the proposed location of the skateboard park, is the location itself. I would assume everybody here has driven down the street. You come down off the hill. It's a steep hill down into the area once you cross the creek. On the left, you've got sidewalk. That was donated to the city by the people that redeveloped the house on the corner across the street. I'm sure it was voluntary, but that's the end of the sidewalk down there. It's the only area in town I know where people have been able to develop numerous things down there. There's no sidewalks, no curb and gutter, no street lights. It's just, you know, it's the old country road. So if you come down the hill and you go all the way to the end, what do you see? You see PG&E and a substation, which includes their corporation yard. They are not subject to city control, so they can do what they want down there. I'm going to butcher the name, but I think it's Uslandia Tree Service is now located down there on PG&E property. Those are all the orange trucks you see driving around town, you know, chopping up trees and that sort of thing. I'm sure the city uses their service. I know PG&E does. And then you've got the city's corporation yard, Public Works Department, then a baseball diamond, which is nice, and then the parking lot. And of course, across the street from Miles Avenue from the parking lot is the recycle center. Now keep in mind, this whole area is zoned residential, master planned residential. The city has seen fit. They did allow 12 units of low-cost housing to be built down there. They have seen fit to relocate their own facilities down there under use permits. So what you've really got, you don't have a residential area you're putting this thing in. You're putting it in an industrial park. And I would suggest to you, I don't want my 7 grandkids going down into that skateboard park when it's in the middle of an industrial park. And as one of the major tenants in that park, the city itself will carry a lot of the liability when those kids come screaming down that hill and somebody's coming around the corner with no curbs or gutters, no sidewalk you can tell them to be on, and you're going to have a problem. And you're going to have to live with it. And we as neighbors are very concerned because we live with it every day. We see what happens coming up and down that hill. I think everybody in this room should give a lot of thought to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I think you did it, actually. And now Dennis Byron. By the way, this is the last card for verbal communication, so if anyone else wants to speak to verbal communications, please turn in the card to our clerk at this time.
Thank you. I was sitting home watching this on TV when I saw some misinformation presented, and I thought I'd come down and present my views. As you know, I'm one of the originators of the initiative that is putting the skateboard park on the ballot. Now, what I heard was that we are taking away parking spots from the town. In actuality, when we design the skateboard park, the redesign of the parking lot will give us an additional 1 to 3 spaces. So we're increasing it from 50 to 51, I believe, possibly 53. The second is, we're talking about parking spaces in that area. Do you realize that Adelen Avenue is the only location in Los Gatos that has 24-hour permit parking? That if we would limit the permit parking to just after 6, we would open up hundreds of more spaces for the skateboard park or the baseball field or whatever events happen in town. I would suggest that we take away the permit parking that's 24 hours. It's the only place in town. Secondly, we're talking about safety mitigations. When the kids come down the hill, we can do safety mitigations, and I'm sure the police department can help me with this, so that the kids will not skate down that hill. This will avoid any accidents they're talking about with the trucks. It's a very low-cost mitigation, and it will work fine. We've looked at several other locations for the skateboard park. None of them seem to work. This is the best location for the skateboard park. As far as the initiative, I would like to hope that the people here allow the town to decide if they want a skateboard park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. All right, that looks like the end of our verbal communications.
Mr. Mayor?
We haven't even gotten to our public hearings yet.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, wait a second, Mr. Glickman. I think we have one last verbal communication.
Good evening. I really wasn't going to speak until the last speaker. Thank you, Ray.
And
Better?
this speaker?
All right. Now you do, don't you?
I think I'm going to run this meeting, okay?
Sorry.
The woman's name is Elizabeth Stewart.
Right. I live at 124 Edelin Avenue. Have lived there for probably over 20 years. Some of my neighbors have lived there longer. We are an historic neighborhood. We have fought the good fight over and over in so many areas for over 20 years. We are a united neighborhood. We got our permit parking. Mr. Byron doesn't know really what it cost us to get that. And he doesn't know what things were like before we had permit parking. And if we have 24-hour parking, I believe that we are entitled to it. I am not opposed to a skateboard park, but like my neighbors and like everyone who's spoken, I'm opposed to the location. I'm opposed mainly for sound and safety for the kids. Until you have seen the situation, you do not really appreciate how unsafe it is. And as far as no one has spoken on legal liability, who's going to be liable for the accidents that can happen and probably will happen on that property? Will it be the town? No, I understand there is a new law that says the town will not have to be legally liable if someone else is contracted out to use the property, even though it is theirs. Maybe that's never been tested in the courts. Maybe it will be tested in the courts. So while I think it's a great idea, I certainly am unalterably opposed to changes in our neighborhood that we had to fight very hard for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Mr. Glickman, you had a comment to make?
Thank you. Just for public information, I know that the town manager was very involved in the site selections. I just wondered if she would remind us of the process by which that site was chosen.
Yes, just off the top of my head, we did look at over 20 sites, I believe, windshield survey and some more deeply. And out of that did come the recommendation to site the park at Miles Avenue lot.
Thank you. All right. That brings us to the end of verbal communications, as I indicated before. Now we're going to public hearings, and we're now on item number 22, which is the abatement of hazardous vegetation, in this case called brush. I have a staff report. Mr. Rouhani.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As a part of the annual brush abatement program with Santa Clara County, the council at its meeting on May 7th passed a resolution declaring hazardous vegetation brush a public nuisance and set tonight's...
Mr. Rouhani, would you just hold on for a second? Apparently this presentation isn't as interesting as we thought it was going to be. So if those who are leaving would leave, and so we can just continue with this presentation. Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Rouhani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, as a part of our annual brush abatement program in Los Gatos, in conjunction with Santa Clara County, the council on May 7th passed a resolution declaring hazardous vegetation brush a public nuisance and set this evening as a public hearing for this item. This is a part of a program that each annually the town of Los Gatos entertains with the Santa Clara County. And so far, as a part of this program, there's been only 4 properties that have not been cleared in terms of the brush that the county inspector has identified. And we have a representative from the county fire department here. If there are any questions, this program will be inspected by the county, and we expect over the next month all properties would have been cleared. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Rouhani. Are there questions of staff from council? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I have no cards on this topic. Anyone wishing to speak to this at this point, please bring your card forward. Seeing none, is there any desire on the part of the county fire staff to present anything further? It sounds like not. So we're going to close the public hearing then and open it up for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to adopt resolution according to attachment 1 of item 22, overruling objections and ordering hazardous vegetation abatement by brush.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. The next item on the agenda is item number 23. And this is item number 23 is the appeal of a Planning Commission decision to deny the request for modification on an approved architecture and site application regarding grading and landscape improvements on property zone HR 2.5, property located at 15350 Siouxview Drive. This is file number S0666, property owner and applicant and appellant Charles Hackett. And there are a couple of desk items that I point out to the council. We do have a couple of presenters for this item. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I need to recuse myself.
All right, the Vice Mayor is recusing herself, and we will call you back when we're finished. Presenting for the staff tonight is Mr. Lortz, our Director of Community Development, and after his presentation, we will get to our public. Mr. Lortz.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. On May 26, 2004, the Planning Commission approved an architecture and site application for a new residence and pool. The project has been under construction since July of 2004. During the course of construction, the applicant modified the retaining wall design in the pool area as well as behind the house, added entry walls along the driveway, constructed an arbor or a pergola area along the rear property line, and backfilled the side yard to an existing wall on the south property line. The applicant subsequently removed some of the unauthorized fill and subsequently filed the subject architecture and site application seeking approval of the improvements that were done without prior planning approvals. On September 13th of 2006, the Planning Commission considered the current application and decided to deny the request for approval of the improvements that were made without town approval. The applicant appealed the Commission's decision on September 22nd of 2006. On January 2007, the Town Council granted the applicant's appeal and remanded the architecture and site application to the Planning Commission for review. On April 11th of 2007, the Planning Commission received public testimony and discussed each of the items the applicant is requesting approval of. The Commission granted a partial approval, remanded one item for further analysis, and denied the remainder of the requested modifications. The applicant is here tonight and has appealed the Commission's decision. The following items were discussed and acted on by the Planning Commission. The first one involved entry walls along the driveway. The applicant constructed these entry walls for privacy and to block vehicular headlights at night. The Planning Commission was amenable to keeping the section of wall that is needed to block the headlights, but was concerned about allowing walls that did not blend with the rural character of the hillside and may preclude the movement of animals. The Commission voted to allow the wall on the right or the east side of the driveway and required the wall along the left or west side to be removed. The second and third items involved 3 terraced retaining walls on the east side of the pool, as well as a retaining wall with a planter wall along the east property line. The Planning Commission required that the walls in areas 3, 4, and 5 be removed and reinstalled as shown on the approved plans. A letter from the project engineer outlines the necessary steps to remove the retaining walls and rebuild the walls in locations shown on the approved grading plan. The demolition and reconstruction would result in the need to remove about 660 cubic yards of earth and material debris from the site. The engineer estimates that 100 truckloads will be required to remove the debris and import new materials needed to construct the new walls. The fifth item involves the grape arbor or pergola on the east side of the house. The Commission remanded this aspect of the application for further review by staff to be returned to the Commission. Staff subsequently visited the site and concurs that the applicant, that the arbor provides privacy to bedrooms and living area along the rear of the house. One section of the arbor, approximately 10 feet long, extends beyond the wall of the house and could potentially be removed since it does not provide privacy. The uphill neighbor is supportive of the arbor as constructed. The applicant submitted photos showing the arbor from the Olson property. Areas 7 and 8, the stairs by the arbor and 2 modified retaining walls, which are related to the arbor, were also not acted on by the Commission. If the arbor is approved, the retaining walls will need to stay in their present location and configuration. An additional item that the staff report goes into some detail of has to do with a property line wall that exceeds 6 feet and the approved length. The applicant is willing to modify this in a way that has been discussed with the applicant, and that is detailed in the staff report. The applicant maintains that one of the reasons why the Planning Commission had a concern about this wall was for animal migration, and has provided a map providing an illustration showing the wildlife access corridors. The Council should consider the requested plan changes and the evidence and information submitted by the applicant and decide if the Commission's decision should be upheld or if the requested improvements may be approved in part or in whole. In order to approve the arbor, an exception to the hillside development standards and guidelines should be granted, allowing an accessory structure within a side setback. That concludes staff's report. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lortz. Members of council, any questions for Mr. Lortz? Seeing none, then I'm going to ask the applicant, or the appellant in this case, to come forward. This is Mr. Killian, and also noted that Mr. Mark Bedoin is going to also present. You have 10 minutes, Mr. Killian, for your entire presentation. So
yes, thank you, Mr.
Bedoin.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll try to be brief. I know many of you are familiar with the site. Many of you are familiar with the issues. Really, there originally were 9 issues. Some have been resolved, some of them have been approved, some of them have been morphed together into issues. We really now have only 4 issues that you need to address. The first one, I'll be very short, is the pergola. The pergola, frankly, the Planning Commission, I think the majority thought that the design was excellent, thought that the use was good. However, they wanted to make certain that privacy was, in fact, the goal of the pergola. The staff has agreed that that is, in fact, the case. I presented to you photographs showing the site from the uphill owner, the Olsons. They're certainly in agreement with the pergola being there. I've also attached a picture showing what a pergola would look like that is on another part of Mr. Hackett's property that is fully planted. That pergola would look exactly like this pergola once the plantings are done. I think, the pergola does not impact anyone except Mr. Olson, who is heartily in agreement with it. It is a well-designed piece of work. It is designed to protect privacy. I know of no other way that effectively could deal with the privacy issue of the impact of looking down into those bedrooms and bathrooms of the Hackett residency except something like the pergola. We think it should be approved. The only problem with it is that it is located within the setback. Setbacks are usually exist for the benefit of the property owners neighboring, and this property owner is in very much support of the pergola. In addition to that, the second issue you have to decide is whether the wall on the entryway, that's wall B that I've marked on my photograph attached to my letter to you, should remain. The Planning Commission approved wall A, which was there for the purpose of blocking headlights to the neighbor. Again, Mr. Felix. Mr. Felix is in favor of this particular project. He is in favor of the wall. The Planning Commission, however, denied the approval of the second wall, which is wall B. We submit that that's necessary, to define the driveway, as you can see in the photograph. It is also necessary to provide the privacy that the Hackett project will need in the future. We think that it would be an improvement. It is an improvement over the existing approvals. Naturally, Mr. Hackett is willing to abide by the conditions that the staff recommends, which is to treat the surface of the wall with more natural setting, more natural treatment, which will soften their impact together with plantings. The third item, which I don't believe the staff mentioned, but perhaps they did, and that has to deal with the retaining walls that are above the swimming pool. The retaining walls, you have 2 photographs at the end of your packet. One shows the existing use, which is several retaining walls with large planters. It's terraced up to provide for as much planting as possible. The second photograph actually shows what the approved plan would have been, which are large retaining walls with very steep slope, which planting would be very difficult. Mr. Bedoin is here to speak to that particular project. The staff, in their staff report, recommended approval of what's there, and we think it's a superior solution. In addition to that, we have provided you what would happen if the Planning Commission's decision were to be adopted, which would be to tear out the existing retaining walls and replace them with what would be approved. We have over 100 trucks of debris being transported down Shannon Road in order to accomplish this. Plus, the engineer has indicated his concern about the compaction on the slope due to the fact that we would have to rebuild the slope. And finally, the fourth item is not really an issue at all because we have agreed to deal with, to follow staff's recommendation in that matter. That involves a fence that exists between Mr. Hackett's property and Mr. Gorowitz's property. That's really not an issue. So we really only have three issues for you to decide tonight. One is, should the pergola remain? Two, should wall B remain, which is at the front of the property? And three, should there be, should the treatment that exists now with respect to the terracing of walls along that area above the swimming pool remain? And those are the only issues before you. I'm going to ask Mr. Bedoin to go into the wall treatment a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Bedoin, you have only the time remaining on this 10 minutes, okay?
I'm Mark Bedoin, landscape architect, arborist. Most of the points have been discussed on the walls. There's just a few additional points. The wall detail matches the approved detail in other parts of the Hackett site. It's no different than the approved detail in other parts of the site. And these walls will be softened by extensive planning. And why not wood fences instead of stucco fences? If you've been up to the site in the wintertime, the winds are quite strong, and there's a tendency for wooden fences to blow down in those kinds of winds and also deteriorate over time, whereas the walls are going to hold up in that kind of environment for a great deal of time. Also, the town staff has asked for the walls to be faced with stone to give them a more organic appearance and more softened appearance on the site. So Mr. Hackett will comply with the staff's request. On the terraces, initially there was going to be higher walls and then a steeper slope that would have more subject to be eroded away by rains, and it'd be harder to establish plant material. Currently, there's lower walls with more terraces and good sandy loam behind the walls that will support a lot of plant material to prevent erosion. Also, there's a drainage system put up behind each wall to take away water. And also, because there's not this slope, the water that comes from the rains will percolate more into the soil and avoid erosion on the site. And with this sandy loam, the plant material will establish itself much more quickly and will become much more well-rooted in a shorter period of time. The pergola will be covered with evergreen vines, red trumpet vines, so the view from above will be very attractive and also provide shade and privacy to the bedroom wing. So that's the additional points I have to add. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Bedoin. I'd ask Mr. Killing to come back in case there are questions of the applicant or the appellant in this case from council. Any questions from council?
You have time for Mr. Hackett if there are questions.
Well, actually, you indicated Mr. Hackett would like to speak?
What's that?
Mr. Hackett would like to speak in the last, we have what, a minute left, something like that? Do we have about a minute left?
Yeah, but if you have any questions of me.
Why don't we let Mr. Hackett speak,
Sure.
and then we'll get to our questions.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Charles Hackett. I'd like to address the different issues before you this evening. It's a little bit repetitious in some of them. The entry walls for the driveway was designed just as the other walls adjacent to them were by the town of Los Gatos. They were designed, submitted to the town, and the walls in that property are approved, which are similar walls, are basically the same type of wall as we have under question tonight. The staff has recommended, as everybody has heard, softening the look of the walls by additions of stone. This will make it a more rural, more natural kind of character. These walls are not visible from off-site. It's basically something that will be enjoyed by the property owners that own the property and will not be viewed by anybody else. As far as the terrace retaining walls east of the pool are concerned, they're well engineered. They've fully over-engineered and built. As Mr. Bedoyan said, we have a wonderful drainage system under and behind all of those walls. They're being all backfilled with top quality topsoil, state-of-the-art irrigation systems to preserve and to be able to nurture the drought-resistant plants that we plan on planting there and make it look very nice and very natural. Again, these walls will be have some facing of stone on them to meet the staff's desire, and we'll soften them, make them look more rural. Next, the pergola, the structure behind the house, which is not visible from any other homes other than mine, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Olson's. The structure was built to give privacy to the wing of bathrooms and bedrooms, which would probably be where the children would be at, and also to the Olson's property, because right above this arbor or pergola is a terraced area that is where their swimming pool is at, where people spend a lot of time when the summertime and spring. And so people can walk up to that wall, look down, and see right into the windows below. You can see there's some examples here which shows you the pergola and what it does to
Thank you, Mr. Hackett. Got it. Are there questions of council? Can you answer that question? All right. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. We have a couple of cards from people who would like to speak to this issue. The first is Alex Gorvitz. Mr. Gorvitz.
I also have some pictures. This is probably the fourth set of pictures that I brought and left, and I guess they get lost once I bring them to Planning Commission. And I've got a previous email which was sent to you, to the Planning Commission, which I don't know if you still have in your records. As I mentioned in my last email address to the council members and members of the City Planning Commission, the multiple copies of pictures and letters showing magnitude of Mr. Hackett's violation, which I left for the City Council and Planning Commission during the 3 public meetings with the Planning Commission and one of the City Council, we're not going to see Mr. Hackett succeed in selling a bunch of lies and incorrect statements meant to get his violations approved by the City Council, overruling the Planning Commission despite the fact that every member of the City Planning Commission rejected his requests. And when it came to the 2 items that I complained about, the 250-foot, over 8-foot tall retaining wall and the pergola already built, they all agreed that if the retaining wall and the pergola would have been submitted for approval prior to the illegal construction, they would have rejected unanimously. This fact was told to Mr. Hackett and rejected, and his advisors and architects, and that is why Mr. Hackett never applied for permits, because he knew in advance how you or the Planning Commission would vote in a very big and loud, with a very big and loud no. Mr. Hackett took a calculated risk in building all these illegal violations, and build without proposals and approvals. It was the only way to appeal to your soft side once built and get it approved after the fact. Once built and get it approved after the fact. Something that everybody that is building right now in the hills of Los Gatos will do from now on if you approve this. Build and they pay for, or better said, not pay the consequences for the illegal actions. All the members of the Planning Commission who came and saw the violation from the lower or the high side of the property, from the Olson side, that implies an invasion of privacy from neighbors looking up or down, they can justify the building of the pergola or the retaining wall. A very simple 6-foot wooden wire fence covered with vines built on the property lines would have solved this privacy issue without any problems. It seems that nobody cares about the hillside rules, regulations regarding cement and more cement, or the 25-foot setback rule, which cannot be used to construct anything or place anything on it, despite all the written and approved rules and regulations. We now have a water tank built on the 25-foot setback and a pergola which totally covers the only view that I have left of Los Gatos, the downtown and downtown San Jose. Mr. Hackett built these additions without permits because he knew that it would be his only chance to have you faced with a done deal. During the last Planning Commission public meeting on this case, some of the commission recognized that the grade was raised, partially moved to be later added back, and when the staff asked about it, they were told that the fill came up to the last tree, which is totally impossible. That would mean that a 10-foot wall, freestanding, would have been not supported and actually collapsed.
Thank you, Mr. Gorvitz. Thank you very much.
And the rest is in the letter that I sent.
Lynn Olson?
Hello, Mayor and Town Council. I'm Lynn Olson. I am the neighbor of Charles Hackett, and I'm here to speak very briefly just to say that we are, both my husband and myself, are supportive of the pergola that Mr. Hackett has put in. We have a view agreement that is part of our title report that is an agreement between the Hackett's property and our property that requires that none of what he plants on his property exceed a certain height in order so it doesn't block our view of the beautiful town of Los Gatos, which I have lived in since I was a young child. I think that the pergola is a very good design that helps provide the privacy between the two properties while not creating a long-term issue of trees that will grow up and violate the view agreement that we have between the two parcels. And that would create basically, a legal issue between us and our neighbors, that long-term of whenever they exceeded it, having to get them to try to trim the trees down to get it back into the height that's required. The pergola provides that greenery that is desired, that privacy between the two properties without creating that problem. And I have a copy of our view agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Ian Felix.
I'm Ian Felix. I live at 15333 Kennedy Road. My property sits equally distant on the two properties that Mr. Hackett has. In 2004, Mr. Hackett started the development of his new property, and he came to me to discuss the privacy between his two homes and my home. The walls that you've talked about and the headlights shining in is to keep the privacy to my house. We talked originally about putting vegetation between our homes. Fortunately, the oak canopy and the deers wouldn't allow anything to grow there. We also talked about putting a wood fence up. There are 70, 80 mile per hour winds on my hill that would easily blow a wooden fence over. As we continue to look at the development of that, we drove cars up the driveways to see how the headlights would beam into my family room and my front entrance. And we went out with rulers and measuring tapes to determine the height and the location of all the walls. I've been to the Planning Commission and to the City Council 4 times now. The Planning Commission at the last meeting, the approvals that they gave of the walls, I think, came from my testimony. I hope tonight to be able to close this out with you so Mr. Hackett can help finish the walls off and we can finish the development between our two properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Felix. Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. My husband made me a bet tonight that I wouldn't be able to sit in the audience and not come up and speak, and I think he won. I'm speaking both as a resident of the town and also as a member of the Hillside and Architectural Standards Committee that helped develop the Hillside guidelines and standards. 2 of the issues that we grappled with was landscaping and how to keep the landscaping so that it was sympathetic to the hillsides. The design principle that we came up with and that was included in the standards and guidelines was that the landscaping should be informal. That should be the guiding principle. The other thing we grappled with was the fact that often A&S applications were approved and then changes were made incrementally along the way, little bit by little bit, and that effectively changed the affect of the entire previous or original approval. The guidelines include, to address that, the guidelines include that once an A&S application is approved, there can be no subsequent A&S applications for a period of, and I'm sure Mr. Lort can fill in whether it was 2 or 3 years. I think it was 2 or 3 years. With respect to the pergola, yes, it does answer the privacy question, but were any other options analyzed? There seem to be other options that could work just as well that would lead to a more informal design of the landscaping that was more compatible with the hillsides. As for the walls, we asked in the design standards and guidelines that we maintain as much of the existing topography as we can. Straight walls do not fit that bill. I'd also like to comment on the fact that the wildlife corridor movement study that was done was prepared by a civil engineer, and while I'm sure he's qualified as a civil engineer, as an environmental professional in my previous life, I would have not accepted a civil engineer's assessment of that. I would have required a biologist. I think there are times when it is appropriate to deviate from the hillside standards and design guidelines, but I don't think this is one of them. Each time we deviate, we are eroding away our ability to achieve the goals of our general plan with respect to hillsides, and we're eroding away our ability to have other projects meet the standards and guidelines in that document. And those are both qualitative numbers and ideas that need to be met.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. And it looks like Mr. Davis has a card you'd like to turn in on this one. Okay.
Yes, indeed. I've sat through all the meetings at the Planning Commission level and the previous council meetings, okay, on this matter. And I said to myself, you know, all this talk about walls, 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 and all the appurtenances that have been constructed illegally, let's go up and take a look. After all, it's a public hearing. As a member of the public, I'll go up and take a look. Guess what? Can't get through a big, brand-new private gate on the road, Siouxview Drive. There's no possible way for the public to go up there. Now, in Orinda, where I came from, whenever we had private property, the town staff always organized the planning commission in a group which was permitted under the Brown Act, as long as the public went along, and we all went along with the planning commission and saw firsthand what the issues were, okay? The issues are retaining walls here. Do they blend? Are they ugly? Or what are they? I can't imagine. I look at these Mickey Mouse photographs here. I can't tell what's going on. And I have been precluded from going up there and visually seeing for myself, okay? It's an abomination. It only happens in Los Gatos. Every other community I've ever been in, the public is always welcome as part of the public hearing process, part of due process, to go and visualize exactly what's being proposed, what the issues are. Not in Los Gatos. Because what we have, in my opinion, is a version of the San Jose Mafia. The process is an abomination here. Maybe when we get a new city manager, maybe we'll get some due process with a new city manager, okay? And while we're at it, why not do like every other city does that I've ever been in? When there's an appeal from the Planning Commission, you invite the chairman of the Planning Commission to answer questions. We have to rely upon the attorney here for Hackett for what the Planning Commission said and did. It's an abomination. It's not due process. It's an insult. It's an insult to the American flag, okay? And when are you going to get it straight, Mr. Mayor? With a new city manager? Perhaps. Perhaps we have something to look forward to with a new city manager. Big time.
I take it that's the end. All right. We have no other cards, so don't distract him, gentlemen. Just let him go to his seat, okay? Okay, yeah. There are 5 minutes for rebuttal. I invite the appellant back to the table for that opportunity.
I think at least 3 council members have seen the site at various times, at various points. I think that all of you are familiar with the issues. I've been up to Mr. Hackett's innumerable times. I've had no trouble getting up there. I don't know what that's about. I would further indicate that I'm mystified at Mr. Gorowitz's statements because I've not seen his letter. I've not seen the pictures that he presents at the last moment. I can only assume that you have had no opportunity to read what he says in any event. I think his testimony, however, has been severely discredited over time. The pergola does not impact his view. None of the improvements impact him that we are seeking. What impacts him was the house itself that was built a number of months ago with approval from the city, from the town of Los Gatos. I think that his statements really reflect that rather than these particular improvements. I think that that Mr. Hackett, you'd have to be brain dead to go through this process if Mr. Hackett was intentionally trying to do this. He has been involved with at least 24 months of delay. He is involved with double fines, double penalties. He's involved with hiring all sorts of experts, including myself. None of those things would he have done had he known that he was supposed to get that type of an approval. It would be absolutely impossible for him to even have considered that, considering the fact that what he has gone through. I think in each case he was trying to improve his project. In each case he approached the neighbors and asked them what their views were and met those views. He was under the impression, unfortunately for him, that he could build according to what was existing in 2004 before the hillside guidelines took effect. He also didn't realize that these are more than landscaping changes, but are structural, and it's unfortunate for him, but he has to go through this. Last time the council, I believe, did not want to be punitive, did not want to punish Mr. Hackett, but wanted to seek a practical solution to each of these issues. We've tried to present those to show you why they are an improvement over the project, why they deal with the neighbors' issues of privacy. We have considered other alternatives for the pergola. We are somewhat limited because of the agreement that's encumbering the property that does not allow trees or bushes to block for privacy that go above a certain level. So this was the best that we could come up with. And I think Mr. Hackett has done a wonderful job in improving the project, and we look forward to your decision. We also ask that the council make the decision tonight, not refer it back to the Planning Commission, because that would just delay everything. We would then be back on appeal, possibly, or someone would be back on appeal. We ask that the council make a final decision in this matter. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Killian. Any questions for Mr. Killian from council?
Any questions on any of the?
Apparently not. So we'll close the public hearing, and I open to council for discussion or a motion. Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Planning Commission meetings and Town Council meetings are public hearings. This is the 7th public hearing on this item. From everything that I have read, a comment was made about not having a Planning Commission chair here. Well, this weekend I had the privilege of reading through 200 pages of verbatim minutes of the Planning Commission, and each and every person what they had to say, including every and ah that they used in their speech. I've also had the pleasure to learn what a pergola is. I always called it an arbor, but it's a sad day when you don't learn something. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, I'm getting to my point. I think 7 public hearings is enough. I, for one of the council members that have visited the site, I think over these 7 public hearings and the Planning Commission's input and the staff's input and the applicants' efforts and attempts to resolve these various issues, from the staff report and everything I've heard, it seems that we're down to 4 items. Because of that, I'm prepared to make a motion, if I may.
Sure.
My motion would be to grant the appeal of the applicant over the Planning Commission's prior decision. I would do so based on there being an issue or policy over which the Commission did not have discretion to modify or address, and that would be specifically on page 5, which was their request for an exception for the arbor. In order to approve the arbor, an exception to the hillside design guidelines should be granted in allowing an accessory structure within a side setback. The Planning Commission did not have, that's a policy decision, which they did not have the ability to make a policy decision. And so that would be the reason for my granting the approval. I go down the 4 items, and in my motion to approve their appeal, I do so because the pergola, I think, is a reasonable solution to the issue. The pergola was constructed after the hillside design guidelines became effective in February of 2004. And it's a reasonable solution to the house being, the house was built, a setback was placed, then an issue came up, and the pergola was a good solution to that. So that would be item number 1. Item number 2, wall B remaining, blocking the headlights. I think that's a reasonable solution, and also I note that the applicant has agreed to put a stone face on those stucco retaining walls as our Planning Commission and staff recommended. Item number 3, the retaining walls to stay. Staff approved what is there. And item number 4, the existing fence between Hackett and Gorovitz. The applicant agrees to staff's recommendations as shown in item number 11 in conditions of approval, which says the wall shall be modified to provide a maximum 6-foot height as measured from the downhill side, and the wall drainage system shall be completed to the satisfaction of the town engineer. So given those 4 items, which I believe to be the only 4 items remaining after 7 public meetings, my motion is to grant the appeal with those 4 items being resolved in that manner.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Glickman.
Thank you very much. I would like to second Mr. Wasserman's motion. I won't reiterate what he said because it is what I was going to say had I made the motion. Specifically that the conditions that the staff has recommended will be conditions of that approval. I also agree that this has gone on long enough. I would mention, by the way, that as a matter of policy, one of the things that I struggled with a bit was indeed the fact that whether it was inadvertent or whether, I'm not a mind reader, I don't know what a person knew or didn't know or should have known, but Mr. Hackett did build some things on his property without having gotten the approvals that he should have gotten before he built them. And the message that we want to send out is that if anyone does that, we're not going to be punitive about it, but it's entirely possible that we'll look at what you did and say, I'm sorry, you should have asked because we're not going to approve that. In this case, as I said, I think after a great deal of analysis, I'm comfortable in saying, yeah, that's okay. But I will concur with the comment that was made, and I want to give the credit where it's due to Commissioner O'Donnell, who was quoted by Mr. Hackett's attorney, who said anybody who deliberately puts himself through a process like that by making the mistake of not getting the prior approvals is brain dead. And I think the message goes out loud and clear that not that this is a way to avoid the process, but this is a way to make life infinitely more difficult and expensive for yourself if you don't follow the proper process. But having said that, as we said at our last meeting on this issue, it is not our intention to be punitive, it's just our intention to be analytical. I think we've done that. I concur with the points that Mr. Wasserman made. I will second the motion and intend to support it.
Thank you. Ms. McNutt.
Thank you. I also will be supporting the motion, and the only additional 2 points that I want to make are these. I don't know Mr. Hackett, but as I read through these 3 inches of material, both previously and for this meeting, what it seemed to me is that every part of this project that turned out to be a problem for him appeared to be an attempt to solve a problem. It wasn't like he was trying to add on to a development to increase its sale price. In every case, it was, this wall isn't working this way, how can we do it in a better way? We have a privacy issue here, how can we solve that? We have a headlight issue here, how can we solve that? And I think that it's important to remember that when we have the Hillside guidelines and standards, or any of the documents that we're working with that have words like guidelines, that we give that flexibility so that we can do problem solving in very difficult sites and that are very unique in the way that they are structured. I also want to remind us all that it might feel like we are constantly making exceptions to the guidelines and standards, when in fact most of the projects that come to the town go through the process, they're dealt with at the staff level, and it's only if there is something extraordinary do they go into the Planning Commission and then come to council. So we're seeing the ones that are really difficult, and the ones that adhere to the guidelines that really it fits what they want to do. They know that if they want a smooth process that doesn't take 7 public meetings and 3 years of your life, you know, that this is what you're going to do, that they're going through. So I don't know the numbers, but it's going to be dozens and dozens or hundreds and hundreds versus the 1 or 2 that we are seeing. So I don't feel bad about the integrity of the Hillside guidelines and standards. They are very much intact. We are very much still supportive of them offering the protection that we wanted to bring this community when we approved it a couple years ago. But for this particular case, I think the exceptions are warranted because they do solve the problems for this property and for the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McNutt. A couple of comments. I agree with my fellow council members. And I want to make sure that that's very clear. Had the original landscape plan had the stepped walls for planting purposes, and had there been the build out of the plan as it was originally submitted, then I would be the first one to say tear it down, because the original plan was not as good as the subsequent plan. And I think that, and I believe Ms. McNutt alluded to this fairly clearly, that what I saw here was a continued effort to improve what looked to be problems. I think also the case that was presented against as a intrusion into a view shed was not adequately made by the individual raising that case. I said without any question that that was not an adequate defense of that particular position. I understand the interest in on that individual's part, but I do not think the case was made in any legitimate way. And then the last part I want to focus on is the question of how we relate to our public in our legislative sessions. As legislators, we need to be neutral. We need to approach the applications in front of us as parties unbiased. And we cannot present in any way, shape, or form even an appearance of bias or an appearance of prejudice or an appearance of a previously decided position prior to the public hearing. And one of the best practices that we outlined in last year's retreat with the Planning Commission and Council was that we would approach our publics in a way that honored them as members of our community, and therefore anything that appeared punitive or adversarial was unacceptable. And I think that we need to look back on this particular application and some comments that might have appeared that way. I'm not attributing motive. I'm talking about appearance. And I would say it is very significant for us as a community to remain at a point of neutrality and remain at a point of good rational dialogue as we deliberate, and avoid at all costs any appearance of an adversarial relationship or a punitive orientation. And with that, then, I think that it's important that we note that the applicant is paying his dues for mistakes made, and that those mistakes, I would assume, will not be repeated in the next round. It does not in any way deviate from the expectation of our adherence to the Hillside Plan. And I would assume that as a result of what looks to be a decision in the works, that there will be cynics who say, well, the council rolled over. Well, I reject that out of hand, because I do believe that as a community, we must act professionally, and we must act as responsibly as we can to make sure that as we adjudicate issues and as we legislate, that we do it in a manner that's fair and just. And with that in mind, then, I think unless there's other comments, I would like to call the question. There looks like there are a couple other comments. Mr. Glickman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't make any more comments on the project because I do want the mayor, as he should, to have the last word. I neglected to mention that I had visited the site and met with the applicant, and that we should all mention that for the record. And just wanted to very briefly take the opportunity. I'm always enormously supportive of the wonderful work our staff does, but in this particular case, I would ask that when in a report we're presented with pictures, I mean, we get these very, very nice ones from the applicant, and we can all kind of see stuff, but then when stuff gets Xeroxed, it doesn't look quite so good. So I would make a polite and an appreciative request that we try to present the council with material that we can really work with. Fortunately, I already had seen some of that, so it wasn't a problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out, for the majority of you out there that are not intimately familiar with this application, which I certainly understand, Los Gatos has tons of little bitty rules, okay, tons, that make this community ultimately so special. And I would wager that you're not familiar with at least 90% of them. There's little rules like if a business on Santa Cruz Avenue wants to change its awning, it can't just call an awning company and have its awning changed and put up stripes instead of polka dots. Okay? If somebody living in the historical district wants to change their house from blue to purple, you've got to get approval before you change the color of your house. In this particular instance, if he got approval for an 8-foot retaining wall, his landscape architect came out and said, instead of an 8-footer, let's put 2 4-footers. Okay? Well, obviously, that's less massive and everything, but his approval was for 8, and he didn't have approval for 2 4s. So even though he thought he was doing something better, it wasn't what was approved. And in the long run, what is being built is being paid for by permits and paid for by fines and everything else. And the ultimate project, as the mayor has said, is good or better than what was originally approved. It just went about it the wrong way. And I think that's what you're hearing tonight. This is not an attempt to circumvent the system or set a precedent for somebody else to build and then ask for forgiveness. Thank you.
I believe that is the last word, and it was not uttered by the mayor. With that, I will call the question, but before we do, I need to ask the attorney, were the required findings and considerations sufficiently addressed, and was the issue indicated as the reason to overturn the Planning Commission's decision sufficient to satisfy our legal basis?
Yes.
Thank you. Then I will call the question. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item on our agenda is item 24, but before we get to that, and as some people vacate the room, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay? Thank you. Take a 5-minute break. We'll see you at 5 minutes to 9. ladies and gentlemen, your 5 minutes are up. We're going to reconvene here. Now I'm going to take up item 24, which is a request for approval to modify an existing conditional use permit to allow service of beer and wine with meals at Main Street Burgers. This is property zone C2. It's located at 20 South Santa Cruz, Suite 200. And it's file number U07142. The property owner is John Feast, Sierra Management, and the applicant is Ed Rathman, and Mr. Wassman wants to make a comment.
Thank you. I need to recuse myself from this item as I live within 500 feet of the property. So I will be in the back listening.
All right, so Mr. Wassman will come get you when we're finished. All right, if you are interested in speaking to this item, and we do have a number of speaking cards, then I'd ask that you forward it now. Don't hold on to those because we want to make sure we get everybody in. All right. We have a staff report from Mr. Lortz, Director of Community Development.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. And there is a desk item on this particular item that has been provided to the council. On July 28, 2004, the Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit for a high turnover sit-down restaurant, Main Street Burgers, within the Linden Plaza. Main Street Burgers has been operating in this location since May of 2005. On October 27, 2004, the Planning Commission approved a modification to the conditional use permit to allow an outdoor dining area for joint use of Main Street and Cold Stone Creamery. The existing conditions of approval are included in the packet. On April 25, 2007, the Planning Commission considered the subject application and voted 4-2 to recommend denial based on concerns about how outdoor patio would be policed and potential for minors to obtain alcohol. And the request here is for beer and wine to be served at Main Street Burgers. The applicant is requesting approval for an alcohol license, as I mentioned before, to serve beer and wine in conjunction with food service for the existing restaurant. The applicant submitted a letter providing background information on the restaurant, its operation, and explaining the rationale behind the request. The applicant also owns and operates Willow Street Pizza and points to an established record of responsible service of alcohol for that restaurant. The applicant intends to incorporate the same responsible service of alcoholic beverages into the operation at Main Street Burgers. As the council is aware, use permits are a land use entitlement that run with the land and are not associated or driven by the owner-operator of the business. So the use permit will run beyond Main Street Burgers to the next high-turnover sit-down restaurant. The applicant submitted a petition signed by over 500 people in support of the request to provide beer and wine at Main Street Burgers. Police Department does not have any concerns about the present business operation or proposed service of beer and wine. They do look at requests of this nature in terms of the type of restaurant, the presence of a standalone or separate bar, and also the history for calls for service. The town's alcohol policy requires that any change of service of alcoholic beverages must be approved by the town council. Council reviews conditional use permit requests for new alcohol service on a case-by-case basis. New alcohol service in the downtown has been an issue, and the Planning Commission as well as the council have carefully reviewed each application to ensure that the request is appropriate for the specific restaurant and its location. The applicant's requested conditional use permit allows the restaurant to stay, the applicant's existing conditional use permit allows the restaurant to stay open until 11 p.m., although the restaurant currently closes at 10 p.m. Unless the above findings or the findings that are recited in the council report can be made, the restaurant hours should be restricted to 10 p.m. or the service of beer and wine should not be allowed past 10 p.m. The request for service of beer and wine conforms to the following aspects of the alcohol policy. Restaurant will not have a standalone bar or separate bar. There will be no entertainment. The conditional use permit conditions of approval include conditions recommended by the police department. Alcohol will only be served with meals, and the service of alcohol in the outdoor patio area must be separated from the public areas with a physical barrier and will be separated from the area used by Cold Stone Creamery. An exhibit has been provided to show this. There's a lengthy discussion about how the patio seating would work and needs to be managed in terms of the separation issues. The Planning Commission voted 4-2 to recommend denial of the request for beer and wine service. The commissioners were concerned with the lack of visibility from the restaurant to the patio, limited the restaurant's ability to supervise that patio area. The commissioners were also concerned with the potential for minors to obtain alcoholic beverages. Commissioners commented that the restaurant is seen as a youth-friendly facility, which conflicts with the alcohol service. Commissioners asked for the council's guidance on parameters for evaluation of future applications for alcohol service in the downtown and for similar types of restaurants such as Main Street Burgers. The council's actions always serve as guidance, and the resolutions are provided to the Planning Commission in that regard. If the council decides to approve the modifications to the conditional use permit, it should make the required findings and considerations specified in Attachment 1 and approve the applications subject to the conditions in Attachment 2. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you, Mr. Lortz. Any questions for staff? Ms. McNutt.
Thank you. Mr. Lortz, could we go over the hours of operation again? Because in the draft conditions of approval, if we were to approve the beer and wine, it has the hours of operation until 11. But my understanding is that if we say they do have beer and wine, then that either needs to change to 10 or we need to add another line that says the alcohol has to cut off at 10. Is that right? So we would need to make changes on that if we were going to approve that?
Well, unless you can make the, on page 3 of the staff report under item 6 there are 3 findings that need to be made if you serve alcohol past 10 p.m. And if the council can do that, then 11 o'clock will work. If you cannot make those, then we would need to cease alcohol service at 10, and so that condition would need to be modified.
So we would need to work on that
Correct.
later.
Yes.
And then, Mayor, may I ask a second question?
Sure.
I don't know if you want to talk about this now or later. Maybe we can start the discussion now and then perhaps after the testimony portion get back into it. But even though I've looked at the schematics of the outdoor seating and I read the description, I don't quite understand how that's going to work, because it seems to me that it's a public thoroughfare along in there. It's not set off as it is in other restaurants such as Willow Street. So can you describe to me how that actually was going to happen?
Sure. It is a little bit challenging, and you bring up a really good point. And the exhibit that I'm referring to is attached to their petition, which is included in as attachment 3. It's the last page, and it shows how they intended to separate out the 2 seating areas in the patio. There's several ways that the council could deal with this. And I'm going to throw these out, and I'm appreciated you asking the question now so you can think about these as other people speak. One very, very clean way to deal with it would be to only allow the service of alcohol indoors. That's one. The other, if you decide that you would want to allow it in the out-of-doors area, is that we would suggest that the alcohol not be served in glass, and that that it be served actually by an employee at the table, so they wouldn't take the alcohol from the inside to the outside area, so there would be control then over that. And then, so it would be served by an employee at the customer's table. And then finally is that, and we've done this before, is that a condition be added that this application be monitored very closely by the Community Development Department as well as the Police Department. And if we see any kind of operational concerns, we bring this matter back before the Town Council for consideration and review.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Lortz? Seeing none, then we invite the applicant forward. And I have a series of cards here, and I assume that a number of these are actually here to speak for the applicant. And you have 10 minutes. We haven't started the clock yet. So what I need to know is that however many will speak for the applicant, that has to fit within this 10-minute time frame, okay? And you can go ahead and start your conversation at this point.
Right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Town Council. In answer to your question very briefly, Ed Rathen will speak a little bit later, and we'll confine that to the 10-minute limit. My name is Glenn Thompson. I'm a partner in Main Street Burgers. I'm here to speak on behalf of Main Street Burgers' application for the changing of its CUP to permit service of beer and wine with meals. We opened Main Street Burgers over 2 years ago with the goal of providing Los Gatos, the finest gourmet hamburgers available. We use only fresh ground Creekstone Black Angus beef, chuck, and in addition to our burgers, we also serve chicken sandwiches, wild salmon burgers, veggie burgers, grilled portobello sandwiches, and fresh green salads. Main Street was proud to introduce to Los Gatos a dining trend which brings gourmet ingredients and meticulous preparation to an American classic, the simple hamburger. And like other gourmet hamburger restaurants that have sprung up throughout the country, from the Shake Shack in Central Park to Taylor Refresher in San Francisco, in the Ferry Building, and to the counter in Palo Alto, we also wish to offer fine beer and wine with our entrees. And today we're asking the Town Council's support in approving our application. Let me begin by noting that Main Street Burgers' application fully qualifies for such a use under the town's general plan, all applicable rules and regulations, and under the recent alcoholic beverage policy promulgated in 2001. Additionally, there is abundant precedent for restaurants like Main Street to offer beer and wine to its customers. Main Street is classified as a high turnover restaurant, and there are numerous similar restaurants in style, service, and price to Main Street that serve beer and wine, including the Round Table Pizza, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Tandoori Oven, Sweet Peace Cafe, Andale's Taqueria, Los Gatos Roasting Company, and Great Bear. Moreover, since 2001, 3 new applications have been granted by the town for alcohol service. In short, clearly there is no legal reason to deny this application. However, during the hearing before the Planning Commission, 3 concerns were raised. First, that service of beer and wine would somehow be inappropriate because Main Street is a kid's place. Second, some commissioners were not sure that Main Street actually needed such a license. And finally, the Planning Commission voiced concerns over precisely how beer and wine would be served to ensure that it is kept out of the hands of minors. First, let me say that Main Street was never built to specifically cater to kids. The interior is a retro look and feel and made to appeal to the baby boomer market, and certainly not today's teens. Secondly, as our recent survey shows, nearly 80% of our customers paying for meals are over 21 years of age. Only 18% of our entrees ordered are children's entrees. Our customer base is primarily adult and secondarily families, and only a small part of our business is unaccompanied teenagers. Finally, our $10 per person average is simply not in the budget of a typical teenager. Does Main Street need a beer and wine license? We've certainly not undergone this lengthy and expensive process in the absence of a clear business need. Virtually all our high turnover restaurant competitors serve beer and wine to their customers. Since opening, we've received thousands of requests from our adult customers asking for a beer or a wine to accompany their meal. We've included a list of some 600 of those names gathered over a 60-day period. Clearly, there is a strong desire by the town residents to enjoy a beer or wine with their meals. Finally, as noted, more and more upscale gourmet restaurants are opening across the country. The newest is The Counter, opening in Santana Row later this year. As with all other such gourmet hamburger restaurants, they will serve beer and wine. Santana Row is a hugely successful restaurant center that annually draws over $100 million from the restaurant market in the Silicon Valley. Santana Row is a relentless challenge to all retail and restaurant businesses in Los Gatos. We do not want to give our customers and Los Gatos residents a reason to go to Santana Row. We want to keep them in the town and to help Los Gatos remain with a vibrant and downtown destination. And now I'd like to pass the rest of my time over to Mr. Rathman, who will discuss the specifics of the alcohol service at Main Street.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Keeping alcohol out of the hands of minors, as well as protecting our underage employees, is extremely important to us. Any violation of our license could affect our ability to serve alcohol at all our locations. We do not want to jeopardize our licenses with the Alcoholic Beverage Control. In my 30 years of having a beer and wine license, operating restaurants with beer and wine license, I have never had a violation. Our present staff, as well as future employees at Main Street, will go through a rigorous training program that will instruct them in the legal service of alcohol, including who can legally pour the alcohol, how and when to check the age of customers, and what particular abuses to look for, specifically among teenage customers. In addition, Main Street Burgers will add a bus person to circulate around to immediately pick up unconsumed beer or wine after customers depart and be on guard for the passing of alcohol to minors. Every shift will have a supervisor overseeing our alcohol program. Our service managers and myself personally will provide regular oversight and monitoring of our alcohol service. As with all alcohol applications, an ABC field agent will visit and inspect our premises to specifically evaluate the plot plan of the proposed alcohol service area, especially the patio. The patio will be reconfigured to separate Main Street Burgers and Cold Stone tables as required by the ABC. In addition, there will be appropriate signage to indicate where alcohol can be consumed. Our employees and managers will circulate regularly to ensure that the seating requirements are enforced. It is our lengthy track record as responsible operators of Willow Street, which has hard liquor as well as beer and wine, that provides the best predictor of how beer and wine service at Main Street would unfold. As owners of Willow Street, we have worked hard at being good members of the Los Gatos community. We have demonstrated over the last 15 years the responsible treatment of the privilege to sell alcohol beverages. Main Street is another venue in which we will exercise the same responsible behavior. We ask for your support in gaining approval to offer beer and wine at Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rathman. Any questions for Mr. Rathman? Mr. Glickman, for starters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rathman. Mr. Lortz had made some suggestions about how specifically the service on the patio could be monitored. So if you could tell us what your business plan entails in terms of alcohol getting out there, being monitored while it's there, getting cleaned up. You're going to have somebody permanently stationed out there? Will you have somebody serve it? I'm not putting words in your mouth. Tell me in detail how you're going to do this.
Our plan is to serve the liquor from the counter. We don't feel that specific bringing the alcohol to the table is any more has any more control or keeping alcohol out of minors' hands than ordering at the counter. As I said here, we'll add employees to roam around and monitor the patio and the dining room. We'll increase our staff. We'll train people to look for just the kind of abuses that might happen. and we'll, that'll be part of our training program and part of what we will do.
Let me add to that as well. As you know, the patio is set up in such a fashion that we clear the trash, anything that's left behind, drinks, glasses, trays, and so forth. So we have a busser continually roaming through there to pick that up anyway. But in addition to that, we'll add somebody on staff to make sure that that particular issue is even addressed closer.
Okay, thank you. Let me, Mr. Mayor, if I can just drill down a little bit more. You've talked about having a circulating busser. You've talked about some other things. During the time that the patio is in operation, which is when you're open, what percentage of the time will there be a Main Street Burger employee with his or her eyes on that patio? 10%, 50%, 90%?
Well, because a busser is almost continually circulating through there to pick things up, to monitor what people are doing in terms of leaving cups and so forth behind, it's got to be 80 to 90% because there's always someone circulating. In addition, we will have a manager who will be walking around looking as well. So the coverage is going to be almost continuous.
Thank you very much.
Ms. McNutt.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask about your hours of operation. You currently are permitted to stay open until 11, but you close at 10. Are you planning to change that, or if you get the beer and wine permission, or stay at your 10 o'clock closing?
No, we would close under 10 o'clock and continue to close under 10 o'clock, before 10 o'clock.
So if I might so you would have no problem with us changing your condition to actually have a 10 o'clock closing time?
No.
Or the alternative would be we would stop serving alcohol at 10, which I guess would be our preference, but in either case, we would keep the alcohol under the 10 o'clock limit.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we do have a couple other speakers who would like to talk to this issue, and the first will be Holden Green.
Mr. Mayor, Sitting Council, Chief Seaman, I want to say that I support this application for Main Street Burgers. Ed Inc. has been a great business and a great provider of nonprofit and community events. He has suffered no violations in any of his requirements for his restaurants. I think that he is an experienced operator who can control any foreseeable issues with minors and keeping that in check. I believe that he will work, as always, under the limits of operating hours. So I ask that this permit be approved during the terms of the conditions that the council sets, and that he should be allowed that the Main Street Burger should be allowed to serve beer and wine during the hours set by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Michael Jacoby.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, jazz fans. I'm Michael Jacoby. I'm one of the executive producers, along with Terry Hope of Jazz on the Plaza. I'm a former president of the Downtown Association. And while I don't live in Los Gatos, a great deal of my energy and my heart is certainly in this town. At the risk of a personal revelation, I'm a very large fan of cheeseburgers. And I love Main Street, but more than that, and I really hesitate to say this, I also like to have a beer with my cheeseburger. And the idea of leaving my children at Main Street while I have to go to Willow Street to get a beer, it just seems a little ludicrous. Now, and I know it's a much bigger issue, much more complicated than just my drinking habits. But I must say, at the risk of being sublimely obvious, the fact that Willow Street seems to know how to handle the responsibility of serving beer and wine, I can see no reason that why that professionalism and that approach to community concerns wouldn't continue for them to have this license as it has for the past 15 years. So I urge you to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. The next speaker is Terry Hope.
Good evening again. Terry Hope, 212 Bella Vista. I'm here to support Ed Rathman and his partner's application. Ed has been an owner-operator 15 years in our community. He's run a stellar organization. He's got great trained staff, and he just does a fabulous job at Willow Street and also at Main Street Burgers. And I patronize both of those operations, and I just applaud his management style, and he's really on top of it, and I know that he will be very much on top of taking care of the responsibility that comes with having the ABC license. No business person takes that lightly, I should think. We know there's huge liability. We know there's huge responsibility, and we train our staff to manage it appropriately. And I think he's got a great proven track record. And I do think it's appropriate in that location and with that product line. And I also want to point out that it would help him be more competitive in today's market. This is pretty much a standard in most other businesses, like businesses in other communities, to allow alcohol with gourmet hamburger and such. And I'd like to see more of our businesses be allowed to be competitive alongside one another. So let him be the responsible business owner. Let him take on the liability, and let him be competitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tope. I have no other cards for this item, so I'm going to ask the applicant to come back. You have 5 minutes to rebut those previous comments made by our public. You can try.
To save us all the time, we'll pass on that, and let's move forward.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council for the applicants at this time? Seeing none, then we're going to close the public hearing. Thank you, gentlemen. And turn to council for discussion, clarification, a motion. Mr. Glickman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to make a motion to approve the permit and to reverse the decision of the plan. Well, the decision came to us anyway because it's an alcohol issue, but I do think that this is a matter of policy, and I appreciate the Planning Commission's desire that we give them some direction, and we can do that in our discussion or perhaps when we meet with them. But in any event, I think that Main Street Burger has gone about the process that we here in Los Gatos would like to see establishments follow. They were open for a while, established a track record, then asked for the right to or the privilege, it's not a right, the privilege of serving beer and wine based on that track record. I'm comfortable with the explanations given of how that service will be monitored. I noted that one of the concerns raised by the Planning Commission was that the establishment was seen as youth-friendly. Well, there's a difference between youth-friendly and being youth-oriented. I think that if a business which was truly oriented towards entirely serving young people, that we'd be concerned and hesitant about giving them a beer and wine license. If Powell's applied, I think we kind of look at long and hard. I eat there very frequently. Like one of the speakers, I'm also a large fan of cheeseburgers, and I'm getting larger all the time. And I primarily, when I see kids, I see them as part of families. And I think that it's appropriate that their parents, as they always have and always will, monitor what their children do. But since on top of that, the applicant has reassured us that almost 100% of the time they'll have an employee keeping an eye on who's doing what, and it's a fairly small area. I'm confident that this is going to benefit both their business and also benefit the town. I like to come there of an evening and have a burger. I probably wouldn't have beer and wine with it, but I understand other people might, and I see that as perfectly reasonable. So therefore, I am going to make that motion. In terms of the hours of operation, following on Councilwoman McNutt's question, I would let them stay open till 11, but I would terminate the service of alcohol at 10 o'clock. And that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second for that motion? Ms. McNutt.
I possibly might second that if we could also add some language in probably number 12 where we're talking about the outdoor patio, that would incorporate Mr. Lortz's third suggestion, which is that outdoor service of alcohol be closely monitored by both the police chief and the director of community development and appropriate action taken, and I'll explain why that's important to me if that's agreeable to the maker of the motion.
It's not only agreeable to the maker of the motion, it's important to the maker of the motion, and I would cheerfully and accept that and include that in the motion that I made.
In that case, I second it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and that is to approve the alcohol service, beer and wine, at Main Street Burgers. Further discussion? Ms. McNutt.
Thank you. I just wanted to take you through my thinking, and also we did get requests from the Planning Commission for direction on these issues, so I'll give you, what I'm thinking about these. I think the alcohol policy is doing its job. It was designed to kind of slow us down as we get requests for alcohol, whether it's beer and wine or full alcohol service, and to look very closely at it, and that's exactly what we are doing. It does not say that there should be a specific number of alcohol serving businesses or a specific number of restaurants that don't serve alcohol. It's strictly designed to slow us down and to make sure that any potential impacts on the community that might be accompanied by alcohol service, things like traffic and noise and debris, are really monitored and kept under control. There was a concern, I believe, back in history, when I remember reading about it, when the alcohol policy was first developed, that there were too many bars in town. And I can't remember the last time that an actual bar has requested to move into Los Gatos. These are restaurants, food-serving businesses that want to add alcohol as just an addition to their menu. I think it's always important to have two levels of analysis when we get these requests, and I would hope that the Planning Commission and Council would maybe be a little bit more stringent in this than what we have been, and that is to not only look at the current operator and how that's, that this busboy is going to be at this table and so on, but also as to how the conditions are structured so that if he sells that business tomorrow, it goes with the land and what could happen. So, I have no lack of confidence in Mr. Rathman's ability, but that's why I wanted to have that additional language in there about monitoring it, because if he decides to retire tomorrow and sell that business, we don't know who he might sell it to, and they might not be as vigilant as I know he is going to be. And I think we do have to be careful about slipping into the role of morality police. I really don't think that is our role. Our role is impact on the community. And this is not a bar. It's an addition to a restaurant. The ones that we have seen lately are not bars. They're additions of menu items to restaurants. And I think the alcohol policy is working well for us, and we should not be concerned.
Ms. Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm struggling with this application a lot more than my colleagues up here are, and I anticipated that. I should say, first of all, that I've met with Mr. Rathman twice on this application and with Mr. Thompson once. And as I explained to them, I look at the application as a use application. I don't look at the specific business because, as both Ms. McNutt and Mr. Lortz pointed out, we are approving a use, and this is a restaurant use with beer and wine. If I made my decision simply on the business and the people who own it, Mr. Rathman may not remember, but he and I started our respective professions out on South 1st Street in San Jose in the 70s, and apparently I know Mr. Thompson from my law career probably 2 decades ago. So it's not because of the people, because that would make it an easy decision. What gives me pause is that to my recollection, every request for beer and wine that has become before us since I've been on the council has been approved, and every request to expand beer and wine to full liquor has been approved. And I get concerned because of the land use issues involved there and the intensity and density of liquor-related food restaurants in our downtown. I would feel much more comfortable if, as the Planning Commission suggested, we developed more detailed parameters. I understand, as Ms. McNutt pointed out, that these things do come before us, but I think it would give us much more land use guidance if we thought about when we're going to approve beer and wine. It's not always. When are we going to expand beer and wine to full liquor? Is it always? Are we going to look at counter service, propensity for takeout, demographics of the clientele, intensity of other liquor uses? I feel, in a way, that if I were to vote for this application, that I would be voting for it because everyone else who has become before us has been approved, and I can't think of any way to distinguish this business and this use. But I don't think that's a good way to do land use. And I would hope that at some time, this council, the Planning Commission, or both, would establish better and more specific guidelines, especially in a case like this where this is a new liquor license.
All right. On a 2-2 split, it loses, doesn't it? I'm going to support the motion, and I'll explain why. First of all, Los Gatos is not a dry community, okay? And in some cases, you get the impression that that this is what we're attempting to achieve, and it's not. If you read the alcohol policy, I think the alcohol policy is very clear and it's very directed. It's directed towards standalone bars, and it was developed because of a problem that started to occur in a particular moment in history relative to standalone bars. And frankly, if you look at our calls for service to our police department, if you look at the number of incidents of fights or people who have difficulty in alcohol use, or what occurs post-alcohol use where drinking and driving occurs, it's not really among kids at bars. It's among adults who are inappropriately behaving at standalone bars. It doesn't typically happen at our restaurants. And the controls in place indicate not only that this is a land use decision, but it is also a decision very much determined by the appropriate behavior of the management of those establishments. It's both and, it's not either or. We cannot separate those two in this particular regard. And that's why when you're looking at the alcohol policy, it very clearly delineates the issues of number of calls for service, whether the person who manages this establishment or owns the establishment is able to act responsibly in relationship to the use of alcohol. So I think it's very clear. And I know that, as Ms. McNutt pointed out, the Planning Commission has asked for guidance on more than one occasion, and in this particular application on 2 or 3 times. And I do think that it was a split vote in the Planning Commission, and I think the split was not just an even split. There were a number of various motivations that were exhibited in the intentions of the Planning Commissioners to vote 4-2, not to approve. I thought it particularly important to keep in mind, however, that the responsibility of this community to prevent our youth from engaging in behaviors that are specifically substance abuse behaviors does not ride on the shoulders of this particular application. It's in the schools, it's in the parents' homes, it's among all of us who are responsible for our young people. The problems that exist in substance abuse are clear. The abuses of alcohol specifically don't occur by young people taking half-empty glasses of beer off tables at restaurants. Okay, it occurs in darkened places where they've obtained alcohol and now are under no adult supervision. It occurs in homes where there's no supervision taking place among the parents in those homes, and I think that it's really clear. And this is a significant issue that needs to be addressed, but this is not the application that addresses it. And frankly, I think that when you look at our alcohol policy, it's very clear. It's very specifically directed. I go to Double D's. It's a great sports bar, as we all know. It's a family place. There are adults drinking alcohol. There are kids not. It's never an issue as far as I can see because of good management. And if you went down the list of those restaurants that do serve alcohol that are family-oriented, then I think it's very clear we do not have that as our problem. The problem occurs in other places. I agree with Mr. Glickman's comment that if this were a business that were specifically dedicated to youth activities, then you probably wouldn't have been applying for this anyway because it wouldn't have made any sense. But given the statistical balance of 80% adult to 20% youth, and the fact that it is a business that's proven itself not only here but in the Willow Street site to be very responsible, I think that we can make this approval. And I think that I would ask the Planning Commission to look very carefully at the language of the alcohol policy, because I think therein contained is the real rationale. If we look carefully, we will understand the direction. And so hopefully, whatever the decision be tonight, that also is communicated from the council to the Planning Commission to assist them in future decisions. By the way, if we have approved all that have come before us, I'm assuming it's because the applicants were appropriately prepared, did the right things, that there were no individuals who had been in violation of our rules, and that's why the approvals took place. It is very regulated. To me, regulated basically means not anything goes. It means we have a chance to regulate. We have a chance to stand and face what is in front of us and say yay or nay. And the challenge is to those people who do want to violate our policies, that they find themselves in a position where they can be scrutinized. And by the way, my recollection is there was a particular standalone bar that was not allowed to continue in business in the not too recent past that the council made a recommendation on. All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, then I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion as stated indicate.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. This brings us to item 25. Item 25 is a report on the audited cash balances and reserves. And we have an indication from the staff that there's going to be a report. I believe the manager is going to take the lead on this. Ms. Fagoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Conway, Director of Finance, in a minute. I just wanted to set the context for why this is before you. We have actually reported on our cash balances and reserves at your quarterly and mid-year reviews, and then again in the budget process. I thought it was important tonight to again clarify the status of our balances and reserves. I think it's a topic of importance to the council and the community. And so we, again, have taken a shot at presenting this information to you in this report tonight. And would like your feedback on whether or not this is clear, because I would like this information to be put on our website so that we can access it, the community can access it in the future. Clearly it would be updated because the cash balances are always changing, but I could envision annually with the audited balances that it would be updated. The second reason for having it on tonight is you'll notice it is placed on the agenda to proceed the next two items, and one of those items actually draws from these balances as a recommended funding source for the Verizon building. So I thought it was important to give you a context for the cash balances and the reserve status of the town. So that's the reason why it's before you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Steve Conway.
Thank you, Deborah. Good evening, Mayor Brzezinski, members of council, and members of the audience. I know everyone's anxious to get to the next item, so I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. If we can move to the next slide. I just want to start, this pie chart tells us there's been some public comment in recent meetings about a 60-some-odd million dollar reserve balance, and I wanted to delve into that a little bit and see if I can add some more clarification to this issue. Our balances for June 30 of 2006, and that's the last audited balance that we have, so I wanted to just use an audited cash and investment balance as a starting point, is the amount I'm looking at for this evening or going to be referring to. And as the pie chart will show, we have to be careful when we say $68.1 million in reserves. In fact, that is not a number that represents reserves. You can see that over half of the money, half of that balance of cash and investments is either restricted legally or obligated in some manner for payment or to run the town's day-to-day business. We have approximately $17.2 million set aside in a category that we classify as financial best practices. I'll talk about that in a minute. And we also have $14.3 million in designated reserves, or about 20% of our cash and investments. In the next slide, those categories are broken out. What we did is we took our $68.1 million of cash and investments, that's the audited balance, and then placed it in its using criteria, placed it in its proper category. So you can see a little more detail on this second slide, that we've got about $14.5 million of restricted monies used for cash for town operations. We've got $13 million that's restricted for redevelopment. We've got $5.3 million appropriated in our capital projects funds, which is carry out our CIP. And on down the line under our best practices, I'm highlighting some of the bigger amounts. We've got $11.5 million in internal service funds, $3.7 million economic uncertainty reserve, and $2 million set aside to pay for accrued vacation and sick leave for all active town employees. And then in our designated category, where we had $14.3 million, the two biggest of those are the capital and special projects reserve, which is committed out over 5 years of the CIP. Virtually all of it is committed for the next 5 years. There's some remaining balance of around $270,000, I believe, but the bulk of that is committed out over the next 5 years. And we have $4.0 million in our revenue stabilization reserve. And the $2.4 million in the sewer asset proceeds will be is actually one of the recommended funding sources in our Verizon PD services building. And on down the line there's some smaller designated reserves that I won't go into just to move along, but I'd be glad to answer any questions on those other designations. So once again, just reiterating, the $68.1 million has, of that balance, we've got $36.6 million restricted. We've got $17.2 set aside for financial best practices purposes, and we have a designated reserves, which are really the true designated discretionary reserves of $14.3 million, but they are all, at this point, designated for specific purposes. Getting into some of the criteria that we arrive at these classifications, we have, as I mentioned, $36.6 million in restricted or obligated cash, and one of the criteria that we used for the obligated cash are looking at valid or committed amounts or committed purchase orders and legal encumbrances we have for ongoing payments, cash set aside for that, cash that we need to pay our payroll with, our ongoing monthly day-to-day expenses. Those are all part of that $14.5 million. We have multi-million dollars due at year end of pass-through money that's received by the town, and most of that is in the redevelopment agency. That's turned around in July and August of the following, after June, to be paid back out to the school districts or other taxing jurisdictions who receive a share of the redevelopment tax dollar. So there's multi-millions involved in that. So looking at that, balance, we can arrive at around a $14.5 million figure, representing all those various obligations that have a hold on that money, and that would be similar to we're trying to help our television audience understand. This would be similar to, our working capital in terms of a business fund is the money we use to pay our ongoing day-to-day business operations, making refunds to people, doing all the things that the town needs to do to run its operation. And we would look to this as similar to money that you may set aside in your own personal account to pay your monthly mortgage, pay your utilities, pay your credit cards, your gas, all the cash you may have, or interest-bearing a checking account that you you have to have a working balance in to keep your family doors open and keep the wolf away from the door, as the old saying goes. So this is the business fund that does pay for all the, as I said, all the town operations. Then in the restricted category, these have legal restrictions on them. This represents 22.1 million of the 36 million, and the bulk of this is, of course, our redevelopment agency. That money has to be only used for the redevelopment to eliminate blight in the redevelopment project area, and over half of that redevelopment money, which is around 13 million, and nearly 5 million of that has to be used for low and moderate housing. So it's further restricted. And then we have other funds that are also included in that. We have our legally appropriated capital projects funds. Those funds have had council adopted project budgets with appropriations, and we've moved cash to the capital projects fund to get those projects done, so that money is set aside to be used for those council approved and appropriated projects. In addition to the capital projects, we have special revenue funds, and those funds include the solid waste program funds, community development block grant monies, which are used for our housing rehab program. We have lighting and landscape assessment districts, all with specific legal purposes, and that money can only be used for that purpose. So to relate this to the household again, this would be like money that a family or a household may set aside to fund future retirement. If you put money in a 401k, it is restricted in use in that it's to be, unless you want to get a tax penalty, you would put it aside, and it can only be used at the time to fund your living expenses after you reach a certain age, 59 and a half. So if you pulled it out and tried to use it for some other reason, you would face a tax penalty, or a college savings plan you may establish for your child that you would deposit in a Section 529 plan, which means that that money can accumulate tax-free earnings, but if you try to use it for non-educational purposes, you would have some problems with the IRS. So using that analogy, we have legal restrictions on these monies, and they're very specific about how the money, the rules and regs are very specific in how that money can be used. The next category is what we call the financial best practices category. We have a balance of about $17.2 million in that. The Government Finance Officers Association, which is the GFOA, recognizes the value of this type of accounting practice for state and local governments. We consider it a prudent pre-funding for critical ongoing business needs, and what we refer to there is we do set aside money. We have about $11.5 million total in these internal service funds, where money is set aside for the future for ongoing business, critical business needs. And by that I mean when we have to replace our fleet, our police fleet, our public works fleet. Those we know those vehicles have a useful life of 3 to 5 years. We set aside money so that when that vehicle is at the end of its useful life, there's money right there available to be appropriated by council to immediately replace that vehicle. So we also have money set aside for our general liability claims, our workers' comp claims, our management, our computer replacement, all the town infrastructure in terms of its IT infrastructure, and we do a lot of our routine building maintenance with our internal service funds. So that money all is designated, or all has been set aside and pre-funded to carry on those ongoing business needs. We have $3.7 million of economic uncertainty money set aside for catastrophic events, either natural or economic. That is around 15% of our general fund operating budget. Was established about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer by council, but it is still intact and available. And we have $2 million set aside, as I mentioned earlier, for our accrued vacation and sick leave. We have that 100% funded. So if all the employees were to leave their employment tomorrow, theoretically, we have cash on hand to be able to pay off that liability in terms of their accrued vacation and sick leave balances, which is it's very conservative, but we also consider it's an appropriate practice, and it's done by many cities. The next reserves that are part of the 68 million are the category is the designated reserves. That is 14.3 million, and the criteria we used here are these are actual reserves, not to be confused. So these are reserves that the council has designated, and they are designated for specific purposes by council policy. They are discretionary, but if they are reprogrammed by council for any other purpose, they will likely have budget impacts. And an example I would give would be if the reserve for future capital projects, which is right now committed out over the 5-year CIP, if that number were to change or be reprogrammed to some other use, then we would need to go back to the CIP and find either a different funding source or else modify a project or whatever, because that money has a hold. It is committed and has a hold on it right now. So there are impacts to any of those changes. When we use our analogies for this type of reserve, we'd say, this is like a family household account that's established to do something that is just a sound business practice. For instance, you have to replace a roof in 10 years, you may start making payments to set aside money to provide for that new roof, or you may set aside money in case you or any of your loved ones lose their employment. You'd have some money, maybe a 6-month reserve for ongoing household expenses that you would have money set aside to meet that if that unfortunate happenstance occurred. So in conclusion, the $68.1 million balance, audited balance in cash and investments, does not equal the balance of the town reserves or cannot be considered as unrestricted cash. And $14.3 million is classified and designated as and considered discretionary. And $14.3 million is the number we like to refer to as staff as our general fund reserves. And I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. On that last slide, okay, I need to know a more clear definition of the discretionary concept, okay? Because I think discretionary in quotes still sounds like it's a chunk of change that's available to us on a day-to-day basis. Would you please clarify that? Because one thing I do not want us to walk away from this meeting again with is confusion. We have heard 60+ million is out there as a slush fund, basically, and it's wrong. Anyone who makes that statement apparently either is not interested in listening or is confused about how budgetary work occurs. So our intention tonight was to make sure that question was clarified and that we have no confusion. I'll tell you frankly, I appreciate the written document. I think it was quite thoroughgoing. It goes beyond your oral presentation because it's more explicit in the way it delineates. But again, that's my main concern tonight, is I want to hear us stop that myth of the 60+ mil out there that's just kind of floating around, because that is an inappropriate number that I do not want to have anybody else in our community confused by after tonight. So if you would, please, Mr. Conway.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be glad to follow up on that. When we talk about the $14.3 million on page 5 of the staff report, what we're talking really about when we refer to that amount is designated reserves. They are reserves, but they each, there is a designation of those reserves, of that $14.3 million, is broken down into some components of council designated and set aside monies that add up to the $14.3 million. When I use the word discretionary, I mean that there isn't an outside body other than town council that designated these reserves, but these reserves were established by either this council or preceding councils and set aside as part of a process, either a council policy or a budget process. So those amounts were designated for specific purposes. For instance, of that $14.3 million, as I mentioned, $4.1 million of that amount is right now designated for the future capital projects, and it is committed and planned for out over the 5-year CIP. So when we say discretionary, I don't want to confuse the audience either. What I had said that is if council were to reprogram that or decide, well, we think we have another use for that $4.1 million, it would have budgetary impacts because the projects would be affected because it's a future funding source.
So if I can clarify then, you're talking about earmarks.
Yes.
That are under the discretion of the council.
Yes.
I think it's very important to know that the council, this council, previous councils, have looked at issues that needed to be addressed and have designated those funds. Now, it's subject to change depending on the council, but it's not as if those monies were waiting for someone to walk up and say, I think I'll take this. This is my discretion to pull. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you. I want to add on to what the mayor just said, and it also applies to the $14.3 million, and again, the use of discretionary. As I go down your breakdown on page 5, which you just referred to, the first one, $4.1 million capital and special projects, in your description you say this has been a primary source for funding major street and other infrastructure improvements. Well, to me, as one of the 5 guardians, if you will, of the goodwill of Los Gatos, I think it would be inappropriate, I think it is inappropriate for us to consider those $4.1 million as discretionary when you're saying those in fact have been and are planned to be a primary source for funding of major street and infrastructure. I go on to item number 2, the designated for revenue stabilization. This council 3 or 4 years ago created that from best practices accounting methods that you brought forth when we realized that Netflix is a blessing. It's an unusual thing, probably won't go on forever. And so we set aside this designated for revenue stabilization fund, putting money in it, and it says in your description, for businesses that may temporarily, from the sales tax loss, from businesses that may temporarily have reduction in sales. So that's there kind of for the rainy day. It's if you're laid off before, in between, you find a new job. Also, you mentioned with the same $4 million that this has been used by the town in recent years, serving as a vital tool in preserving basic services to the community. So those words to me have, and discretionary, are contradictory. They don't belong in the same sentence. And then the third large amount of money in there, designated for sewer asset proceeds, $2.5 million. As we know in the next item, the police that we're pursuing, the Verizon purchase, et cetera, that $2.5 million, as far as I'm concerned, is as good as gone. It's going to be part of the $7 million that we're going to need for Verizon and the police department. So when I take that $2.5 million out and the $4 million out and the $4 million out, that removes $10.5 million from the $14 million. Correct. And I haven't even looked at the other $2 or $3 million. But I, like the mayor, would object to the use of discretionary in relation to those 3 categories.
I think, if I could just respond to that, I think that when we classified it discretionary, meant it was council had the discretion to earmark it and designate it. And so it was I was just holding myself accountable to those terms, but it doesn't mean that they are that they were not earmarked for very valid purposes and set aside.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may just one sentence respond to that. Mr. Conway, I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't think those monies set aside from funding of major street and infrastructure improvements or vital tools in preserving basic services to the community are any more discretionary than replacement of police cars. I think they're all necessary. Right. And, yeah, I would throw them in the other category.
Thank you.
They're not whimsical.
No, I agree.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Isn't it fun having a good time over there?
Oh, sure. Money's always.
Money's always something. I think one of the ways to, you like to use home analogies and household analogies, all right? And one of the things that I like to do to determine how much money I want in my savings account is to examine what my annual expenditures are. And so can you explain to us and to your audience what the town's annual expenditures are?
Our total town funds, all funds, total expenditures is approximately $50 million annually.
All right. And secondly, you were, in answering these other questions, you talked about monies in this 68.1 that were legally obligated, correct?
Correct.
And then you talked about monies that were earmarked because this or prior councils designated those funds for some, as you said, important project like retaining walls, the pavement, those kinds of things.
Correct.
The only monies that I see on this list of 68.1 that is not either legally obligated or earmarked for some significant town project is the $2.4 million from the sewer assets proceeds. Do you agree, or is there anything else?
I would say that that particular designation has the most flexibility, so I would agree with you. Their other ones are all have been set aside for a designated specific purpose.
Okay, and that's the $2.4 million that you said in the next agenda item we're going to try and use to buy a police station.
It's one of the recommended funding sources for the new PD services building.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Glickman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear some of my fellow council members sometimes use the expression, well, you can see the glass is half full or half empty, and now I think we're being told the glass is empty. And I don't quite see it that way. I think that when we talk about the fact that we have this money, my interpretation of it is that we have more than enough to meet our obligations. When we look at the various categories that you've mentioned, we have to take care of our responsibility to our employees' pensions. We have to take care of our capital needs budget. We have enough money to do that. So we're not in a position where, you know, like a family that says, I don't know how I'm going to make the mortgage this month. So I think to start off that's a true statement. We then look at the funds that we've designated, and I won't use the word discretionary because that seems to trouble people, but these are funds that we've had the flexibility to designate, and we've designated for certain projects which we think are worthwhile. But if, for example, this council or a future council were to say, you know, there's a real shortage of recreational facilities in town, and we would like to purchase this piece of land and provide a soccer field, or we would want to provide a skate park, or we'd want to provide perhaps even something for the library. We could make the decision that that was sufficiently important, and we could reprogram the funds and not touch those funds which in the beginning of the presentation you said, these we really can't touch, these are obligated. Would that be an accurate statement?
I would say that you're correct. However, I did mention that, you know, if there's a reprogramming of a designated...
It takes away from something else.
There would be a change in, there would have to be a budgetary impact where there would now be loss of funding for some other very important project.
Which is the types of decisions that a decision-making body makes. Let me touch on one other issue, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and that's the question of RDA funds. The issue arose at the last meeting about the additional capacity that the redevelopment agency has to issue debt for, which would then bring in additional funding. And I think one of the, and I think there was some confusion because I was confused, because it was pointed out, oh yes, that incurs debt, you have to pay it back. it was my understanding that, for example, unlike incurring debt when you go out and issue a bond, like the school districts did, which the taxpayers have to pay back in increased property tax, that if we use our RDA bonding capacity, we're paying that money back with money that otherwise would have gone to the state, because we get something like 10 cents on the dollar out of our, when people pay property tax, if your property tax bill is $1,000, town gets $100 of that. The rest of it goes to well, the school district, fire district, water district, but the state takes a good big chunk. I think the expression I like to use is that whenever the town of Los Gatos reaches into its pocket for money, we shake hands with the state of California. However, the RDA is the special thing that says money that otherwise would have gone to the state, we get to keep if we choose to use that capacity. So is that a fairly accurate description of how the RDA works?
Well, debt issued on behalf with an RDA-backed financing would be paid out of debt tax increment proceeds from the project area.
Which otherwise would have, if we don't use that, would go to the state.
Well, the only legal use of RDA tax increment, and the town attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, would be to pay debt service. Right. So,
but it's debt with money which we otherwise would not have had if it weren't for the RDA.
That's correct.
Okay. So my other question to you is, in addition to all of this money, which I'm very pleased to see that we have to cover our obligations, which I would not suggest misusing, what is our additional ability to exploit the very wonderful circumstance that we have of having an RDA that has this capacity? How much more could we access, if should we, and I think we probably should, because I do see it as a use it or lose it, of that additional capacity?
We estimate right now that, just so the council knows and the community knows, the agency has a statutory 2011 December date when the last debt issued, if the agency is going to issue one, must be issued on or before that date. And right now our estimates are anywhere from $13 to $15 million in future bond capacity. That is impacted somewhat now by the recommended use of some RDA financing for the PD services building, so we'd have to subtract the $2.7 million. Right. What I have said, or I may have mentioned it in the other agenda item, is that assumes a 4% growth in the RDA, which may or may not happen in the future, 4% assessed valuation growth. If it's more than that, and in recent years we have exceeded that growth rate, it would be more than 13 to 15 million. It could be potentially more than that. Okay. So we'll know more as we get closer to the date.
So to me, the summary, and I thank you for an excellent and extremely clear report that I hope everybody understood, I certainly did, is that we're in good shape. And we do have some flexibility with money that we have, although we would take it from something that we otherwise would like. And in addition to that, we have the capacity, should we see the need, for another $10 to $13 million that we could access via the RDA.
I can have no quarrel with what you've just stated.
I never want to quarrel with anybody, so I'm pleased to leave it at that.
Yeah.
Hey, any other questions from council? All right, we do have a speaker for this item, and any other individual in the audience want to speak to item number 25, if you would just bring a card up to our clerk here to my left, that would be appreciated. Mr. Davis.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of first things first, I must comment, if you will, on our brand new screen. Fantastic. And wasn't it Ms. Spector and the mayor who said to the city manager, fix it, fix it. And she did. Wow. Wow. But I'm a little concerned. While this gentleman was talking and the screen was so explicit, the TV camera wasn't focused on it at all. So, hey, you guys, wake up. Okay, use the screen now because you can read it. All right?
Actually, they do that automatically.
Yeah, well, it hadn't been turning.
That's not the camera. Just go ahead and continue,
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Davis.
I don't have to worry. All right, all right. If you're right, I hope you're right. I also want to comment that Ms. Spector asked, was there any other discretionary source of funding? And you said no. And if I may suggest, you're wrong. What about the annual interest earned on the 68 mil that runs in the neighborhood of 3 million to 4 million? I call it the disappearing slush fund, because there's no account that it goes to, as I understand. And I think that should change. And I think Mrs. Spector was heading in that direction. That annual increment of interest should be in a special account that gets council attention every year, okay? I would urge you to consider that, okay? Also, I understand your figures were a year old, so the amount now is about 70 million. It's grown from 68 to 70 in a year's time, okay? So what was all that hand-wringing about Netflix? I think this gentleman here is so right. We're in great shape. And whether Netflix comes or goes isn't going to affect us one damn, the way I see it, in terms of the amount of money involved. So I would urge you to stop poor-mouthing Netflix to death in front of us, okay? It doesn't make any sense. Also, I wanted to ask, there was a check, a donation by a professional building group of some $20,000 for soccer fields.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
And I want to know, where is it?
Well, we'll find out.
Has it disappeared?
Your time's up, Mr. Davis. Thank you.
Can't we ask that question?
Not if you.
Where's the 20,000?
Mr. Davis, your time is up.
I'll be back to ask it again.
Well, you'll be back or you'll leave.
Excuse me?
Please sit down.
Where's the 20,000?
Mr. Davis, that's your warning.
Let him answer it.
Ignore that question, please. Any other comments from council regarding this? Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you. I just want to point out, when the issue of interest is raised, interest is an income item that appears on a profit and loss. And what Mr. Conway has shown us here is a balance sheet item with assets and liabilities. So for any of you with a basic accounting background, things such as sales tax, things such as interest income are reflected on a P&L, not on a balance sheet. What Mr. Conway was asked to do, and he did quite well between the pie chart and the balance sheet, using the last audited balance sheet that we had from June of '06, was to show assets and liabilities. And under the term cash is where things such as interest would go into. Also, the comment regarding Netflix. You've all heard over and over again, they're our largest single source of sales tax. It's great that they're here. They may not always be here. When you have all your eggs in one basket, you have to plan very carefully. That income is nice to have now, but can't be counted on forever. So our prudent financial planning department says, okay, let's put half of that into the budget and let's put half of that aside for a rainy day. And that's what's going on. So I just wanted to clarify that. Where's the interest? Where's the cash, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserman. The recommendation was to accept the report without objection.
I will so move.
Can accept. Do we need a motion to accept? No, it's just by consensus. Okay.
I consent.
Seeing no objection, thank you for the fine report. Thank you. Moving on to item 26. This is to conclude the feasibility period and proceed with purchase of the building at 15900 Los Gatos Boulevard, purpose of which would be a new police facility. Mr. Suda will take the reins on the staff presentation on this one.
Thank you very much. As the mayor stated, this item is regarding the town's purchase of an office building in 15900 Los Gatos Boulevard for use as a police services building. The 1.09 acre site that's shown on the screen is currently owned by Verizon, and a 9,200 square foot building currently exists on the site. Access to the site is provided via driveways off of Los Gatos Boulevard and Camellia Terrace. In February of this year, the town council authorized an offer to purchase the property, which was accepted by Verizon, and the purchase price is $3.2 million. In March, the town and Verizon entered into a letter of intent to purchase the property, which granted the town a due diligence period to investigate the feasibility of using the building and the site as a police services building. And as you'll recall, at your last meeting, June 4th, council authorized or approved the purchase agreement with Verizon. By undertaking the actions that are contained in the recommendation section tonight, the council would be completing the feasibility period as outlined under the purchase agreement and proceeding with the purchase of this property. As the staff has mentioned in the staff report, the feasibility period was intended to give the town and staff a period of time to thoroughly investigate the usability of this property. And during that period, we undertook a number of analyses of the building, the structural conditions, hazardous materials, parking, and many other studies. I'll highlight a few of the key feasibility studies for you. First, in terms of building feasibility, the town retained Hobach and Lewin, a structural engineer, to evaluate the building and its ability to meet the state's essential services facility standards. The structural engineer concluded that the building, at least the bulk of it, would meet the essential services standards in that the bulk of the building was designed to actually accommodate an upper floor, which was never constructed. With minor modifications, particularly to the southeastern wing of the building would easily meet essential services standards. Staff also engaged Ross Drulis Cusenberry, an architect that specializes in public safety buildings, including police facilities, to assist staff in undertaking a feasibility analysis of the site. First step of that was to determine how many parking spaces could be accommodated on the site given the location of the building and given the unusual configuration of the property. The architect concluded that 46 secured spaces could be accommodated and 7 public spaces could be provided on the site. Staff also evaluated the possibility of constructing a parking structure and a second-story addition to the building, and concluded that the cost of building that structure and the second-story addition would eliminate the financial advantage of purchasing this site when compared to the alternative of building a new police services facility here at the Civic Center. The actual costs, after you factor in the purchase cost for the property, are roughly equivalent. Based on the information from the architect, the Chief Seaman developed several scenarios on how to use the building. The first scenario would relocate the operations captain, patrol, and evidence functions to the building, and detectives, dispatch, records, and police administration would remain here at Town Hall. Under the second scenario, the operations captain, patrol, evidence would still move to the Verizon building. In addition, the detectives would relocate to this building. Some parking control functions would would remain here at Civic Center rather than being transferred to the Verizon building. The chief will continue to evaluate the functions and determine which combination of officers and police functions would work best at the Verizon building, and he will do that in concert with the conditional use permit and ANS processes, should council approve of this tonight. In your staff report are 2 conceptual floor plans that have been presented. This is actually option B. Option B, the 2 options are very similar. Essentially, the only difference between the options is an addition to the northern end of the building. That is a multi-purpose room that would be used for as a conference room, a briefing facility, training facility, and in the case of a disaster or emergency would be used for an EOC. So the EOC function would be relocated from the neighborhood center to this building under option B. Other than that, the bulk of the floor plan remains the same. Given staff's evaluation of the floor plans in evaluating the police department's need for training facilities and for adequate briefing facilities, staff is recommending that council proceed with option B tonight. Based on option B, staff also prepared a preliminary budget in concert with San Jose Construction with assistance from Ross Drulis and a variety of subcontractors in order to develop a preliminary budget for the council's consideration. In summary, construction costs are roughly $3.5 million. The furniture and equipment costs are at $482,000. The total construction budget is $3.98 million, including when you factor in the $3.2 million for the land cost. The total project cost is $7.18 million. We factored in a $500,000 contingency line item for a total project budget of $7.6 million. We've also estimated the annual operating expenses of the building at $200,000. For comparison, as you've noted from the next report, it's substantially less expensive than the alternative that was considered under the Civic Center Master Plan. One item of note is the preliminary budget includes only about $50,000 for exterior modifications to the building, and that is, again, to make minimal changes to the exterior, paint removal, the window grills, some trim detail, things like that. If the council is interested in additional upgrades to the exterior, we would ask that you provide that direction tonight, and we will explore that and develop those designs through the architectural and site process. You'll also note that there is one letter from a town resident that is requesting that the council undertake substantial upgrades to the exterior. As we've noted in the staff report, the police department held 2 community meetings on the building in April and May. Most of the questions revolved around traffic, noise issues, and the police department's use of the building. And there were significant concerns about the use of the Camellia Terrace Drive towards the rear of the property, as that is the access road to the residential neighborhood. Chief Seaman has stated several times that his direction to his officers will be that the primary access to the site will be from Los Gatos Boulevard. Under the plans that staff's presented, there will be an automatic gate that would restrict access from Camellia Terrace to police personnel only, and the chief's direction is that that entrance and exit point would only be used in the case of an emergency. Otherwise, all traffic and day-to-day police operations would utilize Los Gatos Boulevard. As required by state law, the Planning Commission evaluated the purchase for consistency with the general plan at their meeting of May 23rd and also reviewed the mitigated negative declaration. Planning Commission voted unanimously to determine the project is consistent with the town's general plan and voted to recommend the granting of the negative declaration. The proposed funding sources are outlined in the report, and I can answer, and Mr. Conway can answer questions on that if the council chooses. So in terms of next steps, if council approves this, the staff will immediately proceed into retaining an architect to actually do the design drawings and prepare the documents that are necessary to obtain the architectural site approval and the conditional use permit. We will go through that public process with notice public hearings. And following that would immediately enter into the into retaining a general contractor and into the bidding process. Right now, we've projected occupancy of the building is between 16 and 24 months, depending on which approach is taken. Staff has concluded that this building and the approach we've outlined is a cost-effective and and efficient way to address the police department's pressing space needs at the Civic Center. And we're recommending that the council undertake those actions that are listed in the recommendation section. We've broken those into 3 sections depending on which body needs to take those actions. And that concludes my presentation. We have the chief, the 2 captains, and members of community development who can answer questions for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suda. Very thoroughgoing presentation. Just reminding council, we have 7 different actions that need to be taken tonight if we're to move forward with this. Let's start with Mr. Glickman.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And Mr. Suda, another excellent presentation. Looking at the difference between option A and B, it appears at first glance that the major difference is the Emergency Operations Center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And by the way, when we say EOC, that means Emergency Operations. It looks like it's costing us a few parking spaces. Is that right? As I look at the diagram?
The parking remains roughly the same.
Oh, it does? Okay.
I
It
think
looked to me from the 2 diagrams like it took out a few spaces.
Yeah, those are actually motorcycle parking spaces. We have more than the minimum required parking spaces on either alternative.
Okay. Is there any potential for additional parking on Los Gatos Boulevard itself?
There's actually on-street parking that exists on Los Gatos Boulevard right now.
Okay, and are we counting that towards the space? If we wish to, I suppose we could designate those spaces as we do now on Villa Avenue for police use only. If we were to opt to do that, how many additional spaces roughly do you think we could have on Los Gatos Boulevard?
It's roughly 7 spaces or
That's
so.
7 spaces, okay.
Actually, there'll be 6. The environmental document calls for elimination of 1, so 6 spaces.
Okay, and this is a question I think that I'll hope the chief will answer, but during the Planning Commission discussion, there was some concern raised, and I shared the concern that I looked for our expert input, that splitting up the police department was not optimal, that it would be more desirable to have them all in one place. And I'm reading in your report that the 2 things that kind of debar us from doing that are the combined cost of building a parking structure and putting on a 2nd story. So what I was wondering is, and I guess I can ask you this specific question, what would the cost of the 2nd story be, leaving out the parking structure? And sort of where I'm going with this is, well, if we put on the 2nd story, we could then accommodate the operations there, but then we would have a challenge with the parking. If we were to opt for that and then perhaps park some of the vehicles at a different site, because not every one of them is used all the time, would that be a feasible scenario? Because quite frankly, and again, I'm looking for the chief to enlighten me here, but it would seem to me that other things being equal, if we could afford it, we would prefer to have all our public safety operations at one site. So what would be the cost just of the additional 2nd story? If we just did that, let's not worry about the parking. How much more do you think that would be?
Well, if the council would allow, I would ask the chief to answer the question about the operational issue while I divide up the numbers and get you that cost.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, but I want to move this along. We have a real specific proposal in front of us, so my intention is not to necessarily design from the dais, so to speak. We may have to just say yes or no on what's presented to us, but Chief, go ahead.
There are operational difficulties that occur when you split an operation. What we've done is consider the most likely and appropriate operations to move to that location and match that with the availability of parking. And bringing patrol away, it tends to be the back part of the operation and doesn't have as much direct public impact. Bringing detectives over, if we consider that alternative, makes sense for the flow and the interaction between the officers and the detectives. But if they were to leave them here, then it makes public access a little easier here and reduces some of the public impact on the neighborhood if we were to take it there. We think that when you split an operation, you're going to have some duplicate use. You need a conference room in 2 different buildings. You need potentially interview rooms in 2 different buildings as opposed to having it all in one centralized location.
Roughly, the cost of adding the second story, it's the construction cost, the furniture and fixture cost is roughly about $4.5 million.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I know that other council members want to ask questions, but this is a very important issue, and I really believe that we want to try to do the best we can. So I don't want to design from the dais, but we are having the discussion tonight. So,
if I can just add one comment when we, for the council's information, on the parking analysis we conducted, we based those numbers on the peak number of on the peak parking demand by the police department, not the total number of police and personal vehicles, but we did it in a way that evaluated what that peak demand is. Again, it's not the total number of cars.
Thank you, Mr. Suda. Mr. Bussman, no. Any other comments? All right. We have no speaker cards for this agenda item, so I look to the council for a motion, a series of motions. There's a lot of actions in front of us. There's an issue raised by Mr. Glickman regarding the potential complete transfer of police services to that building. I, for one, Chief, I'll just say my bias is that if we can move the detectives out of the basement, we will be rescuing some people who are living in dire straits right now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you had the opportunity to visit our police station, you would very much appreciate the opportunity that we are giving the police department to enhance their facilities. It's truly amazing the high degree of service that this agency has been able to consistently provide our community, within the context of the facilities that we have provided them. So I would say that no matter what happens in this case, we need to really move forward with a new facility as quickly as we possibly can. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. A comment that I'll go ahead and make a motion. I, too, was concerned about splitting up the operation, but you make compromises, and I decided that the town did not have sufficient funding to do the second story and the requisite parking. And I also decided that for myself that the waiting for the potential eventuality of increasing the size of the police facility at the town hall here was just too iffy, given what the mayor has described as the dire circumstances at the current police station. So combining all of those factors, and with the fact that staff, including the police chief, are recommending that we go with the Verizon building, I'm going to try an omnibus motion if I can. I'm going to move that we adopt those resolutions designated by letters A, B, and E in our staff report of June 18th, 2007. Approve the mitigated negative declaration designated as C on that report. Authorize the capital project budget adjustment in the amount of $7,685,468 for the police services building using funding source transfers to the town's capital project fund as detailed in the fiscal impact section of this report. And lastly, authorize the town manager to conclude the feasibility period and proceed with the purchase of 15900 Los Gatos Boulevard in accordance with the purchase agreement with Verizon California, Inc.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Glickman.
Okay. There is no question in my mind that we need a new police facility. No question whatsoever. We heard it from our police department. We heard it from the grand jury. It would be my preference at this time to spend the extra money, put on the second story, and then address the parking issue separately and move our police all into one facility. If it is not the council's will to do that, then I will support the motion, because not doing this is the wrong thing to do. But I would ask the maker of the motion if she would consider spending the extra $4.5 million and putting on the second story, so we have the option either now or as soon as the facility is available, which would be the same in either time, elapsed time period, to move, which I believe I heard the chief say would be preferable, move the entire police operation to a single facility.
Maker of the motion?
Yeah, no, and let me explain that. First of all, we had to cobble together, if you read the staff report, the funding for this project was what I call cobbled together from all different kinds of funds. It isn't as though the $7+ million was sitting in a fund. We had to borrow from Peter to pay Paul. And so I don't want to put us in a position of, one, having to cobble together another $4.5 million. That, secondly, would give us a second story with, thirdly, no parking. Also, as I pointed out, we have a lot of different interests and a lot of different worthwhile projects, one of which we are going to be considering, I think, is the next agenda item. So all of that being said, I'm going to have the motion stand as is.
Ms. McNutt.
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion, and Mr. Suda did a great job of summarizing what I think is one of the best pieces of staff work I've seen out of staff in the 5 years that I've been on council. You got a very quick glimpse in his summary of the level of analysis and thoroughness and thoughtfulness that went into this. So if you read through the entire staff report, I think they really did a great job of trying to anticipate community concerns, community questions, finding answers to those, looking at options, really figuring out what can we do within the limitations of the space at the new site, the money in the bank account, the needs of the police department, which we've all acknowledged are a high priority for us. So I think this is a great solution, and I vote for the 16-month turnaround on that, or maybe even 15 and a half.
All right. Mr. Korb has a comment?
Just a question to the maker of the motion and a quick statement for the record. To the maker of the motion, I understood that the motion was an omnibus motion. Were you including all of staff's recommendations in the motion? Including recommendation G, which is on the next page.
Yes, I didn't see G. Got right by me there.
And the seconder understands that G is included as well. Thank you. And a quick statement for the record. Just for clarity's sake, the council sits today, and particularly with regard to this item, both in its capacity as a town council and as the governing board of the redevelopment agency. Several of the actions recommended are actions of the town council on its own. Those would be C through G. Item A is an action of the council, is an action of the redevelopment agency alone, and item B is a joint action of both council and the redevelopment agency, and that concludes my comment.
Thank you. Before I call the question, I just want to point out something for the record. In the initial study, which is our environmental document, there was a question raised, I think, in our community outreach meetings about the disturbance of the neighborhoods by our canine units. And I would like to read a short section here. The town will implement the following measures to achieve compliance with 54 dBA nighttime limit of Los Gatos noise ordinance, to reduce the project's noise impact to less than significant. And item 2 says, the canine unit dogs will be loaded and unloaded at the staff entry area adjacent to the proposed sally port. The dogs will be instructed to refrain from barking while on site. And I think that think it's a very appropriate way to mitigate that. With that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just have a moment to thank the staff. Ms. McNutt has already mentioned the great staff work, but I think it's just so important to acknowledge that this project has literally gone from discovering the building in January to conclusion tonight, which is just Herculean. And so I'd like to thank Anthony Giassi, our building official, Curtis Banks, who is our contract senior planner, certainly Chief Seaman and his two captains, Elena Forrest and Dave Gravel, Ori Korb, Chris Jurdy, Bruce Smith, Steve Conway, Danielle Certain, who discovered the building for us, and then last but not least, Randy Suda's outstanding leadership on this project. So thank them all, and thank you for letting us deliver this project to you.
And kudos again to you, manager, and all the rest of the staff for all the work done. So thank you very much. We're going to move then to item 27. Item 27 that we have in front of us tonight, it's a couple of components. This is 27A, and you notice there is also a comment under item 27B. That would be the recommendation of the ad hoc council committee regarding the Civic Center master plan. Tonight, we're asked to approve the final Civic Center master plan and then to proceed with analysis and planning for a new library and provide directions on next steps. This is an opportunity for the public to speak. I do have one card on this. Dale Hill will speak to this when we get a chance. Dale, not quite yet, okay? But if you do intend to speak to this item, then please fill out one of those gray cards and send it to our clerk. So, without further ado, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mayor Persinski, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to present tonight the final Civic Center master plan for council's consideration. As you know, this project has been underway for more than 5 years, and our consultants, Anderson, Brule and Associates, have been with us that entire time. Unfortunately, Pam Anderson Brule, the principal of ABA, couldn't join us tonight, but two of her colleagues are here, Sam McBain-Mulford and Monique Wood, and they are here to mark the end of this long journey and to answer any questions you may have. You have before you tonight the final Civic Center Master Plan, which is a long-term plan for accommodating the public's needs for municipal services on the Civic Center site. It's important to note that approval of the master plan is not a commitment to undertake any of the improvements. Rather, it's a plan for how the town could proceed over the course of time if and when the council and the community so determine. The master plan contains all of the work produced over the past 5 years that document what services the town provides, how those are and could be delivered, and where those services could be provided. Much detail is available in the rather hefty master plan document that leads to the master plan vision, which is on the screen before you. The vision shows how the Civic Center site could accommodate all the public's needs as documented in the master plan. The vision reflects the principles articulated by the town council and the community over these many years throughout the development of the master plan. The key elements in the vision, which you have seen before, but I'll repeat tonight, include the full use of this existing facility, extensive open green space, view sheds through the site, access to Pageant Park, and protection of the majority of the trees, a new police facility, new library, and a new community center, realignment of Fiesta Way to the edge of the site rather than through it, and underground and above ground garages to accommodate the increased parking demand. I'd like to note that as a result of a follow-up parking study which we conducted since we were last before you in February, our estimated parking demand is now at 292 spaces, and this has been incorporated into the vision and into the conceptual cost model. Looking at the conceptual cost model that will now be before you on the screen, this provides an overall conceptual cost for each element of the plan. The cost elements are based on conceptual, not actual buildings, and thus could change if and when any of the facilities are designed for construction. The estimates include construction, site work, demolition, and soft costs, which are the costs associated with development, like for the contractors, for technical consultants, for the development process, inspection, contingencies, et cetera. The costs do not include the costs for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And I would like to note that there's a desk item regarding this because there was a rather sizable typo in the staff report. Rather than the range of $97,500 to $136,500 for the furniture, fixture, and equipment, those figures are actually $975,000 to $1.365 million. There is a detailed cost estimate in the master plan itself that breaks down all of these costs in great detail. If the council approves the Civic Center master plan tonight, the town will have a framework in place for future facility planning for the next 25 years or so. This doesn't set in stone the paths forward, however. It will always be up to the community and the council to determine if improvements are needed, if they should be made, or if there are other opportunities that should be pursued. And the action that you just took on the Verizon building is evidence that when an opportunity is identified, that the town could pursue that for meeting a need in a more cost-effective and timely fashion. I would like to note, however, that the Civic Center Master Plan did provide the information necessary to evaluate the opportunity for the police services building. If we hadn't have had all of that information to identify the need for police services, the square footage, the types of functions that were needed, we would not have been able to make this decision and bring it to you as nearly as quickly as we could. So what we have in the Civic Center Master Plan is a lot of good information for facility improvement if and when the community and the council would like to pursue it. Now that the highest priority, the police services, have been addressed with your previous decision, the town could consider the second priority, and that is for additional space for the library. The limited space for the library and the configuration of that space severely restrict the provision of services generally available in libraries today. Based on the findings in the Civic Center Master Plan, the community's input over these many years, and the council's comments at the last council meeting, in the study session in February, staff is recommending that the town proceed with the analysis and planning for a new library to meet the needs of the community. If council directs staff to proceed, we will develop a detailed work plan for further analyzing the library project. We would bring that back to you. Some of the key steps that would be in that work plan would include determining how council would like to receive process and policy guidance throughout the planning for the new library. That could include a council subcommittee, such as has functioned during the life of the Civic Center Master Plan. It could include a stakeholder group, and if the council would like to comment on that tonight, that would be helpful before we bring back the work plan. Once that decision was made, we would engage an architect to undertake a schematic design for the library. This would address questions such as the size of the building, the cost of the building, more actual costs as opposed to conceptual costs like we're presenting tonight. It would look at the specific parking needs for the library, given that that would be the element that the town would be undertaking. Once with the schematic design in hand, we would undertake an in-depth financial analysis to identify the funding alternatives and develop an implementation plan. After that, then, the council would determine whether to proceed with the library based on this analysis and on public input, and that could include another poll asking the voters if they would be willing to support a library if necessary. And then if a positive decision is made at that time, we would proceed with the architecture and development process once the funding was secured. And we would concurrently develop a space reuse plan for the space that would be vacated by the library in the current facility. So as you know, the development of the master plan has been a long, complex endeavor, and the plan presented to you tonight does reflect many principles articulated by the community and the council over these 5 years. Staff is recommending that council approve the master plan as a long-term roadmap for the Civic Center. And we further recommend that the town proceed with analysis and planning for the construction of a new library. I know that we have the subcommittee memo that speaks to those recommendations, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Questions from council for Ms. Jacobs? Mr. Glickman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Jacobs, we have a fairly elaborate site plan which has gone through a great deal of thought and design and processing. And if I'm not mistaken, we just pulled a whole big piece out of it because we've now spent $7 million and bought ourselves a new police facility. So what does that do to the diagram that you just showed us that has a police facility on it?
What's recommended at this time is that we would proceed to work with the library site as identified on the east side of the site. The site that is on the west side of the site for the police would remain open at this point. At some time in the future, if funds were available and the will of the town to bring the police back to the site, that would be a building pad for the police. So the intention would be to proceed with the library building pad as noted on the vision.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, as we go through this discussion, I have, as I've expressed in the past, some very significant reservations about the plan as a whole. I will say, because I know there are many friends of the library here, that I am in favor of enhancing our library facilities. I always have been. I have said on many occasions that I need to hear from our community who are going to pay for it that they share my enthusiasm and your enthusiasm. But that having been said, I'm sorry, Ms. Jacobs, but I'm troubled because this was supposed to be an integrated plan. And I was saying, oh, well, we'll leave an empty pad and maybe we'll put a police facility there later. I understood we just moved the police facility off-site, and we spent a lot of money to do it. So it would seem to me that at a minimum, we ought to revisit, if we're going to consider this as an integrated plan that doesn't have a police facility there. That's just my thought.
Madam Manager.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add to what Pamela has said. I think as a site plan, what you see on the left-hand side now is still a demonstration that you could fit a 18,000 square foot building on that site with very little impact to trees and a parking structure behind it. So as a site plan, regardless of what went there, this is showing you that you have a buildable site on that side of the campus. And I think that that's what I would say is the value, whether or not police is there. So if you had other needs or other visions down the road, you know what could fit there.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Question for the mayor. I have questions, or a question of your committee, you and Ms. McNutt. Should I wait until we have public testimony?
Not necessarily.
Okay. All right. The best way for me to ask these questions is to tell you what's in my head and then see if that's what you're recommending on page 2 of your report. My thought is that at this juncture with regard to the library, that available existing funds be examined that the town may have, akin to what we just did with the police station, and possibly adding in redevelopment money. And then identify how much money that is. Is it 15 million, 20 million, 25 million, whatever it is, and then see what kind of a library can be built with those funds. That's what's in my head. I sort of think I'm reading that here, but I'm not sure, and that's the question.
Excellent question, and I think that probably you're very close to what the intention of the subcommittee was. I will allow Ms. McNutt to make comment to that before I do.
Thank you. Yes, that is exactly what we have in mind. The whole point of tonight is to get concurrence from council once we adopt the master plan to focus now on the library now that the police situation has been addressed, and to focus on the library in a very realistic way. So we have the ideal square footage and a rough idea as to what that ideal square footage might cost. But to start getting serious about, well, exactly what kinds of money sources could we put together, and how much square footage could that buy us, and would that meet our needs, or do we need to go out and look for additional funds if we wanted to go for the ideal size, but to really start getting down into inches and feet and dollars and cents, and try to make it a little bit more of a reality. And if I might, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, based on Mr. Glickman's question and concern, to reemphasize again that the master plan is a minimum 25-year plan, so that over the course of the next 2 to 3 to 4 decades, as the community determines that it is ready to move forward on upgrading the facilities, that there is a way to put them together that makes sense. There was never a feeling that all of these would have to be built at one time, or maybe ever, but as the decision was made to build 1 or 2 or 3, that we would have a sense as to how they would all fit together. So it's kind of like in your own home, where you know that eventually you want to end up with a house like this, but right now you can only do this portion or this portion. You don't start building out the kitchen without figuring out, well, then later you need to add a 4th bedroom, and you've just covered up the space that you need for that. So I don't see that we need to make any adjustments, because right now we have an immediate solution for the police, because in 20 years we may want to bring them back.
And my comment would second what Ms. McNutt said, and I think that we should key on the words practical, achievable. It's time for us to get started with this project. We've been working on this conceptually for a very long time. It's been part of the community's interest for an extremely long time, way back to the 90s when we purchased the property just on the east side of this campus. And it is only at this point in time where I believe the vision is clear, the orientation is clear, the siting is clear. For us now, the question needs to be clarified. What is this space going to encompass? How can we provide the best possible facility for library services that this community deserves? And how can we do it with appropriate funding sources available to us and the least impact on our population in terms of tax consequences? I think that once we start this project, it will gain momentum. And the momentum will be driven by the fact that there will be an awful lot of people in our community, some of whom don't use the current library because it doesn't satisfy their needs, who will say, I want to go to that library because it provides me a place to gather for the kinds of things that I need to achieve in my own orientation towards literature, towards research, towards dialogue with the community. I think we're going to begin hearing from the community a great deal of excitement as we start to project this for them. I understand just recently someone said, I think we should have a children's play area built into our library so that the kids can come and they can interact with each other in the context of library services. And that's the kind of thing I think is going to happen if we start moving this. So from our perspective, it is very practical because we think at this point, having removed the police facility from this campus, we've seen the fact that we can start moving forward with a lot more speed and efficiency than we have in the past. I hope that answers your question, Vice Mayor Spector. Okay. Other comments? All right. We do have one card from the public, and that's Dale Hill. Dale, if you'd come forward. And anyone else who'd like to speak to this issue, or Mr. Davis wants to do it too. Dale, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dale Hill. I live at 150 Robin Way in Los Gatos. And I'm going to be extremely brief. All of you know my position in regards to the fact that we need a library, so I'm not going to reiterate or anything. What I wanted to say is that it is indeed wonderful, after 20 years of study and planning, to celebrate this important milestone on our journey to a new library and an updated civic center. However, a milestone is only a marker on the way and not a destination. I encourage you to move ahead with the next step to develop the schematic drawings which will be required before we can look for funding sources, be it grants or bonds or both or whatever you might have in your sugar bowl in the bank. So thank you very much. I think it's something we've been waiting for this and we're thrilled. And let's onwards and upwards, as they say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Mr. Davis.
Yes, I have attended most of the meetings. I've heard most of the discussion about the proposed project. But I got to tell you, for one person, I have not heard a compelling argument that justifies a 40,000 square foot library. We have a 12,000 square foot library. 40,000 would be between 3 and 4 times greater, 300 to 400% greater, okay? So I, for one, am waiting to hear why we need a library will have a building as big as a Walmart. You know? Come on. Can somebody give me a compelling argument? The only one I've heard is that, well, our population was at this point 30 years ago, and now it's at this point 30 years later, therefore we need a 40,000 square foot library. Well, I'm thinking Saratoga, with exactly the same population, put up a gorgeous library over there in their heritage orchard. I can't believe that's anywhere near 40,000 square foot. Looking at that building as I drive by, I cannot believe it. So I'm going to do a little checking, okay? To see why they're happy with a building that appears to be considerably less than 40,000 square foot. So I'll do what I want to do to ferret out more information, to find out whether there is a justification for this building, or is it just pie in the sky? Somebody's idea of what a great library should be to put their name on a plaque outside. So that's where I'm at. You haven't convinced me, and I suspect there are a lot of others just like me. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
You bet.
Two items, one from the committee itself, that we're going to accept the fact that the ideal size may not be the final size, depending upon all those other factors, such as our ability to create the funding base to make this happen. But I think for purposes of clarification, my staff has just forwarded me information indicates the Saratoga Library is 50,000 square feet. Okay, so it's Saratoga is 50,000 square feet.
Oh, really?
Yep. Okay.
Wow.
Walk it off. All right. We have one more card wants to present. Okay, please come forward. Actually, we got more. They're rolling in. We're going to have Laura Shea Clark first. Okay, Ms. Clark is going to come up first. She actually had one in front of you. Okay, while we process.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I am lucky enough to have moved here just 18 months ago, and I'm thrilled to be a part of this community. I also happen to be a librarian. I took a position in Mountain View, and I've met a few of the library staff here. And I just want to say I'm very much in favor of this. These days, a library is meant to be a community destination, an integral part of the community. And there's nothing more important than to the community than a library. It enriches lives. It fosters education. There's so much that you can do with it. People will come back to the library years later and talk about how important it is. But I just want to say a few cautionary things because in my experience in my working life, I've seen some things go wrong with building programs. And that is you want to cut the budget, and so you cut out space for program rooms and meeting space, and there's an opportunity after so many years of planning to do this right. And I would love to see a nice big room with a stage for cultural performances, maybe some films. I'm a musician myself. I could see performances there. And then you're really a community destination. You take that out of the equation, like we don't have a space like that in Mountain View. And we're leaving something out. We just don't have that opportunity. The other thing is parking. It's easy to say, oh, well, we really don't need that many parking spaces, but you have to consider how many staff are there every day, not just how many people are coming to the library, which is going to increase astronomically when you build this beautiful building. Which brings me to my next point, which is bear in mind that you will probably have to add staff. So include that in the budget, and include in the budget enough money for collection development. Because you can't just build this beautiful building and have all these great expectations and not be able to meet the expectations of the people with the staff and the materials. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shea Clark. This may be the last. Kathy Kusick is going to present now. Kathy?
Well, I hadn't planned to talk tonight, so it's just really off the cuff. But I have to answer Mr. Davis's question, do we need a library? I have been volunteering down at the library once a week since January. And I knew before, but I have really been presented with the fact that that working area is pathetic. And there's barely room for the people who work there. I've seen the computers usually filled with people using them, and I don't know how many people don't get to use them who might want to, because there's only a few there. There's not enough room for what we could use. The children's program is very active, and there again, the room is small. I mean, the library is just too small. It was the population has increased threefold since that was built, and it's just not adequate. And any library we've seen, I've seen several libraries from the San Jose public library system. They all are getting new libraries, and you go and you want to cry when you come back here. It is pathetic that a town that has the educational advantages that we have, our library is not what it should be. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kusick. Okay. There are no other cards from the public. So I'm going to offer the floor to Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you, and I'm going to make the motion, Mr. Mayor, but first I'd like to thank both you and Councilmember McNutt for sitting on this subcommittee and for the common sense recommendations that you made as bulleted on page 2 of the item. It's all coming together now. The time you spent on it, those are common sense. We can continue this project. I'm simply going to make the motion that we approve the final Civic Center master plan and that we proceed with analysis and planning for the new library. And I suggest we do so based on the recommendations that you and Councilmember McNutt made as our subcommittee representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserman.
Second the motion and also second the appreciation for the committee work.
About that. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Glickman.
Thank you. Question for the maker of the motion. Does your motion indicate that you favor moving ahead with the plans for the new library and or the plans for the new library plus the underground parking?
May I respond?
Please.
Thank you. The motion is to approve the final Civic Center master plans. We've done enough as far as the overall design goes, and the motion is to approve the Civic Center master plan and proceed with how to make a new library happen in Los Gatos. And that's really what it comes down to. Going through the recommendations and ideas, as the mayor has said already, it may not be a 40,000 square foot. It may be a 30,000 square foot. It may be that we can afford two layers of parking, both above ground, one and then a second floor. I don't know. But it's time to move on. The priorities of this council was a police department and a library. We took care of the police department for $7 million instead of $15 million, and we got another acre of land in the process. Now it's time to make the library happen. And I simply want the motion, Mr. Glickman, to be that we proceed with the analysis and planning and that information comes back to us and the choice is left to us. Okay, here's option A, here's option B. If you want to spend $10 million, this is what you can do. If you want to spend $15 million, if you want to spend $20 million.
Mr. Glickman?
Well, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Spector had her hand up, so I'll defer to her and then I'll respond.
No, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Westman, I appreciate your response. I am in favor of advocating as a council to the people of Los Gatos that they support a new library. That's different than saying I'm prepared to vote to spend the money, because I need to hear that our taxpayers are prepared to have us spend money of that magnitude, and I haven't heard that. We did a survey, and that's not the answer we got when they found out how much it was going to cost. So until I hear that feedback, I can't do what appears to me to be going against their wishes. Nonetheless, I would, if they would listen to me, say a new library is a really good idea. A new library is a good idea, but I'm afraid that I don't support the Civic Center plan as a whole. I don't think it's anything that in the 7 years that I've been a council member, I have yet to hear somebody come up to me and say, Steve, man, we really need a new city hall. Never heard it. I haven't heard that many people tell me that we need a new library other than the people who I have great affection and respect are advocates for it. I would, as I said again, try to convince the public in general that it benefits our community. But I'm not going to try to convince the public in general that we need the rest of the pieces of the Civic Center master plan. I don't think we need them. I don't think our community wants us to pay for them. We're a small town. If I look in this report, and I had all these pages dog-eared, and the hour is late, and I won't go through all of them, but for example, we were looking at what communities like Mountain View and Hayward and Redwood City, they're 3 to 5 times bigger than we are, and their needs are not comparable. I think we have a lovely City Hall. I understand it won architectural awards. It may need some retrofitting, but I don't think that either I or our community is supportive of this overall vision. I would like them to be supportive of a new library. Since the motion is to support the City Hall monument plan, I can't do that. If it was a separate motion to focus on working with the community to advocate for a new library, that I could support. That's not the motion before us, and that's not the motion I can support.
All right, so we know where Mr. Glickman stands. Before we move forward, Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I seconded the motion, and as I said before, what I'm looking for from staff, as this one council person, is an assessment of how much we currently have in funds that we could, as I said about the police station, cobble together to pay for this library. I am not, on the first level, interested in going out for bonding, a bond measure. However, I am interested in the bonding available in the RDA. So that is the first level of information I would like when this comes back to us. And then the second level would be, okay, for that X amount of dollars, you can have this library. And, you know, talking about what we hear from the community, well, I have heard from the people here this evening that they want a library. I have heard from people out in our community that they want a library. One may say, oh, yeah, but we did a poll, and that didn't have 2/3 of the folks saying that they like the library. Well, that is in part truth, in part not. But secondly, that same poll said we didn't, some people said we didn't need a police station, and we just got one, and I think we really need it.
And if I can make a comment before Mr. Wasserman, who's the maker of the motion. That same poll also said our highest priority is fixing our streets. So and there are a lot of issues out there. I'm a firm believer that if you look at what we have the potential to do now, and we stop hearing the script that says that we've got a $100 million project that the town council is trying to ram through, and go to the reality, which is we want to build a library. And we may want to build it for somewhere between $20 and $25 million. As far as I'm concerned, in terms of the motion, I appreciate Mr. Wasserman's motion because it seems to the point. The point is we're going to start the investigation and see what we can produce. It may or may not produce a parking structure, frankly. We may be able to capture enough spaces on this campus with appropriate engineering that parking structure may not even be in the ballgame. So for my purposes, I think that we can move ahead with this motion. I will certainly support the motion, but the intent is that we will now investigate what we can really feasibly do within the context of producing a new library. Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you. I don't know why this keeps getting twisted around or combined with the $100 million Civic Center master plan. The motion I made was to approve the final Civic Center master plan. I didn't say spend a penny. I didn't talk about any of the other components. As has been explained, you have a master plan, so it's something you can do over the next 10 to 20 years if you so choose. My motion is to approve the final Civic Center master plan. That's step one. Step two, proceed with the analysis and planning for a new library per the recommendations of our subcommittee. Our subcommittee has said it may not be 40,000 square feet. Our subcommittee has said with minimal or no impact to the taxpayers. We've heard about another $10 to $15 million that may be available by RDA money that has to be spent by the year 2011. As far as the people speaking, I can even relate this to the skate park issue. 4 years ago, the skate park issue we were talking about and we approved and all the rest, and when it became closer to becoming a reality or an issue of some sort, then all these people, as you saw tonight and have seen in the paper, came forward and voiced their opinion. Now that we're taking this next step and saying, yes, we the council, as the representatives of the people of Los Gatos, want to have a new library, it will now be the opportunity for people in the public, since it will be in the headlines, it will now be the opportunity for the public to come forward and say, oh no, we don't want a new library, or yes, we do want a library. And the mere fact, survey or no survey, okay, I'm still not convinced how you survey 300 people and it represents 30,000. What I'm convinced on is the number of people that turn that turnstile at the library, the number of people that are in your programs, the number of people that visit there, Peggy, that visit there daily, the number of people in the town of Los Gatos that you serve. So we did a needs assessment. We hired a consultant based on all of these things. And they said, you need X number of square feet. Well, they also said we needed 18,000 square feet of police department. Well, we weren't able to do that, but we were able to go from 6,000 square feet to 12,000 square feet and pick up an acre of land and at half price. Now I'm excited to see what our staff and everybody else involved in this, our subcommittee, et cetera, can accomplish to bring a new library to the town of Los Gatos. But enough of this, what's it going to cost to build a new Civic Center master plan? You haven't heard from anyone here making a motion to build a new city hall. Done.
Okay. Any other comments? Vice Mayor Spector?
This may be premature, but and I have shared this with staff. I am, as I sit here this evening, I am not inclined to have another poll or to have another outreach. I think that has been done, and so at this juncture, I am prepared to proceed without those intermediary steps.
Mr. Glickman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to belabor the point, but since Mr. Wasserman brought it up, I do feel compelled to respond. Yes, there were a goodly number of people here tonight who spoke in favor of the library. And there were a goodly number of people who spoke in concern about the skate park being in their neighborhood. There were also a far larger number, if you recall the previous meetings, since you mentioned the skate park, who spoke in favor of having a skate park, and our staff went to tremendous effort to identify not only the best place, but perhaps the only place. So, I just want to clarify the issue that if you want to just count the number of people who've spoken at meetings, which is a terrible way of determining what's a good thing to do, an awful lot more people have spoken in favor of the skate park. But that's not the issue before us tonight. I don't want to digress on that. The issue is the library. And surely we're not suggesting that the library be built by private donations.
All right, I'm going to call the question. We have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Okay, and Mr. Glickman is the one in the negative.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to thank Pamela for doing the heavy lifting on this project for so long, and our consultants who have hung in there with us, as well as the entire executive staff. So thank you all.
Mr. Corum? 6A, I know 6A and 3, actually, 3A and 6A.
And I have to leave for that because I recuse myself.
All right. You will be back, though, for manager and council matters. So this takes us back to our consent calendar. We had a couple of items pulled from consent. Yeah. Not till 11:30. Okay. That's incentive, okay? Tomorrow morning.
Because Mr. Glickman has left the room, then you probably should start with 6A and then bring it back for
Okay,
3B.
that's good. All right. While Mr. Glickman is out of the room for item 6, so since he lives in the neighborhood, and we do have a couple speaker cards for item 6, we're going to start with 6 and then come back to 3, okay? And then he can come back for 3. So, Mr. Davis, you want to take the lead on item 6?
6, okay. Yes, Masol Neighborhood Traffic Calming Project, okay? And I'm going to speak on the potential approval of the Masol temporary traffic calming proposal. I wanted to bring up an issue that I don't believe I've heard anybody else expound on, okay? You with me?
They're leaving the room.
You know, the Masol Avenue is, of course, is that school crossing that has put the kids going to school at, in my opinion, at tremendous risk over the years. And the town of Los Gatos is finally getting around to doing something about it, okay? And the issue I want to bring up, which nobody has ever brought up before, is that I do not understand why at this very vital school crossing, with all its blind aspects, the left-hand turns, the traffic coming down on the evening commute, 35 miles an hour, all into that little neck there, why the speed limit has not been reduced, at least to 30 miles an hour, which is what Saratoga has at their end of the Highway 9. At Oak Street, they have an identical problem, a school crossing there, and the speed limit has been 30 all these years, approved by the state, okay? And why our end of Highway 9, with an identical situation, has a different speed limit, a higher speed limit. So I want to make sure that any traffic calming or any additional engineering there considers reducing the speed limit as much as possible, certainly to 30. If it's done at one end, we can do it at the other end. All we got to do is fight for it, bring it up. So that's my 2 cents worth on that.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We're going to have our next speaker, who is Jerry Bannon, on item 6.
Good evening. Good night.
Good evening, Mr. Bannon.
I'm Jerry Bannon. I live at 118 Mass Hall. I've lived there for 35 years. I don't know what that was all about. We're not talking about that. He didn't read the report or whatever. Anyway, we've waited 4.5 hours, now 5 years since we passed the petition for this. So we'll go quick and tell you, I'll read the petition, go through a couple of numbers, and then decide what you want to decide. But we petitioned the residents of Mass Hall Avenue hereby petition the town of Los Gatos and its traffic department to significantly lessen or eliminate cut-through traffic and maintain the speed of motor vehicles to the posted speed limit. We feel the neighborhood traffic calming policy should be utilized in order to improve the safety of neighborhood residents, to enforce the neighborhood's historical overlay zoning, the LHP, and this is a quote, as an area of special character and historical value in order to enhance property values and stabilize the neighborhood. And to promote and protect the physical and other distinctive qualities of the residential neighborhood and maintain the strong borders between the neighborhood and adjacent commercial area. That's the town of Los Gatos. When I passed this 5 years ago in the summer, I had no problem getting every house I went to signed it. I went to Jesse and Mary Gigi and said, this is enough, this is fine. So we got going at the beginning of this traffic calming program. Now, in your agenda report today, well, first of all, I'm the only one here. We only found out Thursday that we were on this agenda, and I went out of town, and so I'm here. None of the neighbors knew or came or whatever, so there's no organization like Edelin Avenue to come out tonight. If you want us to, we will, but that's not the case tonight. And on the background on your report, I only got this afternoon, so they said that the traffic data was collected over a 2-week period indicating the 85th percentile was 29.7 and vehicle volumes were 1498, where the guidelines are 30 miles an hour and 1,500 in residential. I argue with Jesse Poo over this all the time. He says it's not rocket science, you know. Okay, so 29.7, if you moved your counters down 20 feet, well, they're in third gear, not second, you'd probably get 34 miles an hour. Also, the 2-week period indicating they actually counted for 29 days, not 2 weeks. The numbers come out a little bit different. The last day they counted, they picked up the counters at noon or 1 o'clock. So they missed about 750 cars that normally go through between 1 o'clock and midnight. So if you add that in, the number comes out to 1,520 something. So if you have a problem with these being real close to the line, we do qualify definitely on number and probably on speed if you like I say, move the counter on the long stretch of the 100 block. Actually, today I was writing checks. Can I keep going? I've waited 5 years.
Mr. Bannon, I just want to clarify something for you.
Thank you.
The staff, no,
No?
no, hold on a second.
Okay.
The staff report recommends that we approve the Massal neighborhood traffic calming.
Right. I just didn't want you to.
Are you here in opposition?
No, no. I'm just here because he pulled it off the consent for some unknown
Okay.
reason to talk about Highway 9.
Yeah, because I think the staff acknowledged the fact that
Yeah.
was very close, and so we rounded up to accommodate that.
I agree. I just wanted you to feel better about it in case we were going to.
Think of a different direction. All right, thank you, sir. All right, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank Jerry. He's been working with us for the past 5 years very patiently through meetings after meetings, and I can sense his frustration at the 11th hour, but we're there, so.
Actually, it's the 11:30 hour.
11:30.
And with that in mind, we need a motion to continue beyond 11:30.
How
Let's
much
move.
you want, 15 minutes?
No, we're not going to set a time limit on this. We can go forever.
Second.
I'm thinking we'll be able to get through this fairly quickly here.
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to move beyond 11:30. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. We have item 6 in front of us with recommendation from staff to approve the Massal neighborhood traffic calming. Do
Make a mo-
I have a motion?
Sure. Yes, sir.
No. We have cards for 3B.
I'll make a motion to approve 6A, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. And I do think that issue you brought up about speed limits, we'll take a look at, okay? And thank you, Mr. Bannon, for hanging with us tonight. That was very good. Okay. Mr. Glickman has returned, so now we can take up item 3B. This is the item regarding property at 16621 Kennedy Road. Okay, and we have 3 speakers on this, actually. Mr. Davis, you're first.
3 speakers?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I'm a big fan of the mountain. Big fan. Our mountain is what Los Gatos is all about. And, you know, to safeguard the mountain, you've got to deal with the individual developments that come up. And I read this item, and I researched it a bit, what was offered. It's Mr. Lortz evidently has elected not to comment to the county on this proposed pop-up, I assume it's a pop-up architecture, developing a 2-story home out of an existing 1-story home, a remodel, okay? And of course, the big concern is what is proposed, will it blend in with the natural setting? That's the gold standard on the mountain for development. Will it blend in with Mother Nature, okay? And Lortz says there's no recommendation necessary because all we got was a site plan. No elevations of what was proposed. And I don't think that's an appropriate response for the town of Los Gatos to duck the issue by saying if there's only a site plan that's been offered, we have no reason to comment. Well, that's baloney, because we know that it's a proposed 2-story addition. So it makes no sense to me, so I would ask you to clarify this with the planning department so that we know exactly what's going on, so that we can evaluate whether we want to comment either pro or con on this matter, because it's the mountain, our mountain, Kennedy Avenue, okay? And don't let it get piecemealed to death, okay? Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Terry Martin.
I'm going to let the owner speak first.
So the mayor has to agree with that. I assume the owner is Julia Raskal? Raskal, okay. Please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Julia Rasecki, and I am the homeowner for 16621 Kennedy Road. I'm here with Terry Martin, who is my architect from Terry Martin and Associates, and our plans are currently in approvals for Santa Clara County. I come here tonight to respectfully request that you approve our plans to move through, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
All right, questions for the individual? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Martin?
I have no comment.
All right, no comment, so you're comfortable with whatever has been presented. All right. Council, open to questions, discussion, or a motion?
I'm going to move that we follow staff recommendation and comment forward no comment to the county on this issue.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 3 as stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. That brings us to council matters. And I do have a comment to make in council matters. I didn't think I would be making this comment because previously, when the question of the county's action as regards the Vasona property came up, I was informed that they would not get to it during this current week because of their considerations for budgetary issues taking most of their time. However, I did receive a phone call approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon from Supervisor Don Gage, and he wanted to communicate the following, that after having a board discussion in light of our recent board meeting, that there's no intention to intensify the use of Vasona Park, and it seems that since we cannot make an agreement under the current situation, the county is withdrawing the offer for the $6 million on the property that we own within Vasona, and that they will wait until 2010 to continue the process. So, and I do believe that the manager received a similar call from the executive.
Yes, I received a call just before closed session, about 5:14 to be exact, with the same message.
All right. So that's the current status. And I assume that at this point in time, we can mull that. I have scheduled an appointment with Supervisor Gage on July 19th. I've asked Mr. Wasserman to join me in that meeting, but that was prior to this particular announcement. So that is the current status of the situation vis-a-vis our land possession in Vasona Park. Okay? Yes, Mr. Wasserman.
Question, and I'm assuming from what you said and the tone, it's effective immediately.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any other council matters?
It's a happy way.
Yeah, well, what the heck. Manager?
None, thank you. Have a great July off.
July is dark. The meeting is adjourned. Oh, well, I...